to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First up, we have consent agenda, only one item on that, the legislative general contract.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the consent agenda as listed.
Second. Moving seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. I guess we wait on Joy.
Oh, thanks, sir.
Next up, we have Joy Health Planning and Zoning Director on the land use plan open selection.
Good morning.
Morning.
So commissioners, as you're aware, you allowed us to have a selection committee to review any proposals that came in on the update of the land use plan. We did receive 5 proposals. The selection committee met. Everybody had reviewed the entirety of those plans, and we were able to quickly isolate 3 as our top 3 contenders. From there, we had a workshop to grade the proposals based upon just the proposal alone. And we ranked the top 3 in order of how those numbers fell out. After that, we decided that the numbers were so close that we needed to hold in-person interviews to ask specific questions of the applicants and try to get a better sense for who would be a good fit for Park County. After those interviews, we were able to isolate the top 2 contenders for the plan. And following up on that, we contacted references for those top 2 contenders. And I did provide you with a summary of the selection committee's comments and sort of the overall process that we did go through. It was very exhausting. And I did want to thank those selection committee members. We had Rebecca Burns of Pal Economic Partnership, Terry Call from the Assessor's Office, Brian Edwards from the County Public Works Office, and then Commissioner Teal was part of that as well, and myself. And they did an outstanding job, like probably the most thorough review I could have ever expected. I was very impressed. So I think we did a very thorough job of giving you what we feel is our top recommendation, and that recommendation would be for you to select Clarion.
Any questions, discussion?
So, Mr. Chairman, I would just say it was very interesting. I did sit through the personal interviews. There's some wide differences in companies, and of course, it's quite the project. And I think that was the biggest thing is pulling that information out of them as far as how they would do something as large as this project with Park County and involve our public in what we want to do.
Mr. Chairman, as part of the committee, I want to say, I believe the land use plan is going to be a very important tool moving forward into the next several years. So, vetting these and getting the best consultant on board. I was somewhat reluctant at the beginning of whether we needed a committee, but after sitting through it and really critiquing each consultant in their RFP, I believe it was well worth everyone's time, and I want to thank Joy for the work that's been through it as well. Are we, as a commission today, choosing to make that selection?
No, it's been recommended that we, from the
With
selection
that,
committee.
if I could, Mr. Chairman, then I would recommend to enter into contract with Clarion as recommended by the committee.
Second. Moved and seconded. So further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I let them know.
A little bit of schedule. Do you have all your folks here? Or?
I don't believe so.
Okay, well, we'll wait on them. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, is that
Clarion, Clarion.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
You received this. So you-
I just forwarded it to Scott. Ask for it. So I just forwarded it to him and asked for it.
He called me as well. I called him back, but he complained. Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure.
Scott would put me down to wash dishes.
You say he's not qualified in any position. None.
None.
That's a rare form of government.
Efficient.
Ah, you got it. All right, well, it looks like we've got everybody here, I think. Next up, we have U.S. Postal Inspectors Richard Fergan and Chris Lucas and U.S. Attorney Mike Elmore. Presentation of awards. Come forward if you'd like to.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Sheriff, Lieutenant, good morning. My name is RJ Fergon. I'm a U.S. Postal Inspector. I'm here on behalf of Inspector in charge of the Denver Division, Ruth Johnson. With commendations to Officer Stinson and Deputy Chief. I'll read what their letter says. Dear Sheriff in Chief, United States Postal Inspection Service, Denver Division would like to commend Deputy Tui and Officer Stinson for their dedication and assistance in the Philip Dobbins and William Taylor investigations. They were both essential to a recent narcotics investigation led by agents with the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation, Powell Field Office, and postal inspectors with the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, Cheyenne domicile. The investigation identified several high-level drug distributors operating in multiple states with the intentions of redistributing methamphetamine in Park County, Wyoming, specifically the city of Cody. The officer and deputy's knowledge of the criminal element in Park County assisted agents and inspectors in the identification, arrest, and prosecutions of multiple high-level drug offenders operating a methamphetamine distribution network. They, along with other local law enforcement partners, conducted surveillance, search warrants, traffic stops, and independent investigations to further the primary investigation. This led to the seizure of over 1.5 pounds of methamphetamine, various quantities of heroin, marijuana, hydrocodone, fentanyl, and GHB, all with the express purpose of being redistributed in Cody, Wyoming. The participation in this investigation led to the federal indictment of 4 subjects, 3 of which were residents of Park County. 3 of the subjects indicted were identified as sending and receiving illegal narcotics through the U.S. Postal Service. This alone made a significant impact on the drug community, causing a ripple effect across several states. Without their knowledge of this community and eagerness to be proactive, this case and subsequent investigations would not have been possible. They are a valuable asset to the Park County community and the Park County Sheriff's Office and the Cody Police Department. Respectfully, Ruth M. Mendonca, Inspector in Charge.
Very nice.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Good job. Any comments from you, the recipients?
Sir.
Can we snap a picture real quick?
Sure, please do.
Sure, penalty. Juliet,
What?
wanna jump in?
Your brother Daryl.
No.
You guys mind flipping around?
Press is a little bit.
I'll stand next to the boss. There. I'm pretty sure the entire thing started with Deputy Chewy though.
Yes.
Remember that money.
Please do.
Okay, so I'm with the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation. I'm one of the local resident agents. My other partner is on his way back from South Carolina, Shane Reese, but the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation has very similar letters. They're from our director, Forrest Williams, out of Cheyenne. So thank you very much. We appreciate Deputy Toohey and Officer Stinson. We sincerely would not have made these cases without them. So.
Great. Thank you, guys.
I need to stick around for security.
Yeah, please, security. I was talking about the bearded one in the back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
About time. Let's do
Thank you guys for making time for us as well.
You bet.
Appreciate it. We can't do what we do without the law enforcement community in Park County. We really do appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're really running.
Oh, what was with you today? No, I'm just kidding.
We got Bob here. If you want to move forward with that interview. That next. Yep. All right. See. Next up, we're board interviews. We've got Bob Ferguson here for applying for planning and zoning. So the way we do this, Bob, if you want to give us some background, we've got your resume, but if you want to fill us in a little bit about yourself and about your desires, and we'll have a few questions.
All right. My wife and I moved to Cody about 3 years ago. I was kind of semi-retired, and we've been coming out to Wyoming for over 10 years, hunting, and a lot of times in Cody, and really chose Cody as a place to relocate. We kind of looked all over the country, all over the West. We knew we wanted to move west, but really picked Cody because, and Wyoming particularly, but because every time we left here, it was almost like we were leaving home. We really, really missed it. And I was pretty actively involved back east. I was on town support finance. That was an elected position for 5 years. We essentially, it was a 7-man board, 7-person board that we managed the entire budget for the town and schools of about $80 million, both operating and capital budgets. So I was on that. I was elected to that board for 5 years. Was pretty involved in the community as well. And when I saw the opening come up for planning and zoning, it sort of hit me. We want Cody to have the things, to remain to have the things that attracted us here, to attract others as well. And so that's why I kind of decided to apply. My background is really all finance. I was a bond trader, portfolio manager on Wall Street for 25 years, give or take. The last being managing a $3 billion portfolio for Barclays Capital. And so most of my background is all finance driven, but a lot of that was mortgage related products, particularly commercial mortgages. So I've got a lot of experience, not necessarily on the planning and zoning side, but in terms of analyzing various commercial real estate development projects for liabilities, analyzing ratios and covenants and things along those lines. in terms of viability for an investment. So that I think will have some overlap, at least my deep knowledge of commercial real estate has some overlap with some of the things that might come before planning and zoning. But really, this just decided that I've gotten involved in the community. Obviously, I'm involved in Park County Republicans. I'm vice chair there. I'm state treasurer for the state Republican Party as well. But I really wanted to do something to give back to Cody and Park County and have some influence there. We recently bought a house in Tennessee. We were renting for the first couple of years up here in Cody, and we bought a house in Tennessee in April that we moved into. So we're here for a long time.
Mr. Deal.
Bob, thanks for applying. I really appreciate it. We'll take all the volunteers we can get.
Right.
It is paid, but very minimal position. This was one of the few, but thanks to Molly, actually, and possibly Dawson, we've actually come up with a set of questions that I didn't know it was aware we're out there. We usually just shoot from the hip. So with that, I found a couple in there that I thought was pretty interesting. I'm trying to be consistent with the applicants. But first question is, how much regulation of land use is appropriate?
How much regulation? I would say enough to manage things without being dangerous. Let me give you an example of an issue that I faced in zoning when I was back east. We bought a house that had just a small utility shed, a 8x12 shed on a concrete block. Well, the town, every time there was a transaction, the town assessor had to come out and take a look at it, the surveyor had to look at it, and they figured out that this shed was, I think, 8.5 feet from the other line, and there was a 10-foot setback. And even though this shed had been there for, who knows, 15, 20 years, who knows whoever put it in, and the other neighbor didn't have a problem with it, we didn't have a problem with it. I had to tear the thing down. I couldn't move it because it was just on a concrete pad, but because it was 18 inches inside of the setback. Now, when you're dealing with something like that, and this was Connecticut, so this is pretty authoritarian East Coast governments in a lot of cases, and the municipal governments kind of ran the same way as the state. But I thought this is something that you should be able to get some kind of variance for if everybody is in agreement, rather than just tearing down an existing building. So I would use that as an example of overregulation. But when you're dealing with things like the new subdivisions and a lot of the farming property going out to PAL, that's a double-edged sword, because a lot of me wants to keep Cody pretty rural. Keep the environment that it's developed all these years, over hundreds of years. But you also don't necessarily want to completely tie the landowner's hands with what he can do with property that he owns. Now, so I think there's enough of a give and take in something like that needs to be looked at. But I would say as little regulation as is absolutely necessary.
Very good, thank you. One second question. What role do you feel Planning and Zoning Commission has in the use or non-use of federal land?
I would like to see it have as much control as possible. I'm not real familiar with all the legal aspects of how much a county planning and zoning can infringe on whatever BLM requirements are. But I'd like to see the local municipality have the most control to the extent possible.
Couple things. Rowan, have you been to any of the current planning and zoning meetings?
I have not. I've been to some of the commissioners' meetings, but nothing for planning and zoning specific.
Okay. One of the questions on here talks about how controversial, of course, planning and zoning meetings can get. Public outcry, dealing with irate neighbors, irate issues. How do you feel about that?
Well, being involved in politics for quite a while, I'm not really, new to sort of getting flack and having a target on my back. I mean, Just for example, when I was in Connecticut, after I left Wall Street, I worked for the NRA for 3 years as a high-end fundraiser. And I was chairman of the Republican Party back there in an extremely liberal state and an extremely liberal town. So believe me, I had plenty of controversy that I had to deal with. I mean, it's just part of it. You know, your decisions, planning and zoning decisions aren't going to make everybody 100% happy. If you make everybody 50% miserable, you're probably doing a great job.
Follow up on kind of a time situation. Number one, normally they're scheduled to meet once a month. Do meet twice a month on occasion. Redoing some regulations, we're moving into the new land use plan proposal. Those are gonna take some time. How about your time?
Like I said, I'm kind of semi-retired. I sort of work part-time as an investment advisor, but that's all out of my house. Most of the time is driving from the teaching code. So, but that would be, having a couple meetings a month certainly would be a problem. I'm usually in town 3 times a week anyway.
If it doesn't snow, right?
Yeah. Well, we made it through the snow for the Irma Christmas party. So
Did you move to actually inside the municipality in Matisse, or are you in the Matisse area?
We're just outside of the city limits of Matisse, so we don't have town water. We are actually like 2 miles from the center of town south.
Well, water and septic.
Yeah, well, it's a small places.
I was surveying some of the part-time Republicans on some of the controversial aspects. One is taking over. They're trying, half of them are trying to protect ag land. The other half is saying that the landowner who owns the property do what he can. They were split right down.
Oh, yeah. And I don't think there's a perfect answer for every issue either. I think like some of the subdivisions that you guys have been talking about, I think a lot of that needs to come down to water usage and, what's going to be better for the county, to bring in a lot of people. Is that going to increase the water usage dramatically? And is that going to put a strain on the rest of, the Park County system?
That sounds like what I was saying.
Bob, appreciate you applying. Do you see any other, mention the subdivision, do you see any looming issues headed this way with planning and zoning?
Well, I talked to Richard Jones. I think you guys are really trying to work on using the land use plan, which is great because, a lot of times those things, a lot of planning, time, and effort goes into them. And then people sort of throw them out the window and, don't make regulations line up with the plan. So I think, I know that that's probably something that's big on your plates or at least planning and zoning. That's something I can definitely roll my sleeves up and get into.
Any other questions?
No, a little follow-up to your question. I don't know if you were in the room a few months ago, we contracted we entered into a contract for a consultant for the land use plan. And I do know that the commissioners as well as planning and staff plan to move directly and possibly even work in conjunction with the planning, the land use plan, and transfer those directly into regulations. So it won't be speedy, but I'm not sure how much the planning and zoning commission will be involved in that, but the entire public will be involved in that. It's not commissioner's plan, it's not planning and zoning's commission's plan, it's Park County's, not the input from the public is what's going to steer that.
Yeah, but you guys eventually make the decision.
Correct.
Yeah.
But there's planning zones, areas, and even if you're not appointed here, keep your ears open because there'll be one over in Matisse, and there's going to be planning committees for each of those areas.
And I know there's not a position on the TC planning committee that's open, but if anything were to come available, I'd certainly
I think
think
it's very
that as well.
it's possible that going with the updating the land use plan, that the TC planning commission may we may, instead of having a separate one, we may actually, we'll see how that direction goes.
Yeah. If I could ask you a question, are there any other, I'm assuming Pal does not have a planning committee. Okay.
I
I can
They have
explain that a little
municipal-
bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Municipal finance.
The towns, municipalities, but
As Cody does.
I
Yeah,
can explain that from the county standpoint.
Uh-huh.
The Teensy Group had a planning committee,
right.
and it kind of encompassed town and a little bit of the outskirts. When Park County did its last land use plan, then Park County also had that as a use area, one of the 12 that we
Right.
have.
Okay.
So those two committees were not the same and they kind of overlapped.
Mhm.
But because Matisse already had a plan, that was pretty much incorporated into what was used in our land use plan. So we
Okay.
don't see the reason to continue both at this point.
Right, well, I mean, I knew that there were two Matisse committees that were sort of combined beginning last year.
Right, and that's what.
And that was before we really moved out there, so I hadn't really paid much attention, to be honest with you. So, I mean, we just happened to find this place out in Matisse that was perfect, and, you know, we weren't necessarily looking to move there, but, you know, it just worked out great, so. But we're here to stay, that's for sure.
All right, well, Bob, we got a bunch of interviews for different
Okay.
boards today. We're gonna make decisions on them later, and we'll let you know one way or another.
All right, and if anybody's got any other questions, you've got my contact information on that resume, so.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You want to come up and interview Mr.? I know what you're doing is you're just kind of filling yourself in on what the commission does because you're planning on running this year. Happen to be out there. I mean, I know we're running way ahead of schedule, but yeah.
you want to cover these after
I was thinking
all
we'll just
interviews
do all
are
the
done, or
interviews.
once we go past, I don't believe we have anything under Z.
Yeah, my plan was to have a discussion on all of them at the end of the day. Take notes.
Well, and I think that's why she gave us this list, so we can take notes.
I asked her to give us a cheat sheet because we're dealing with so many. Thank you. That's okay.
Next,
John Ward. For airport board.
airport.
They're like seven, right? Seven positions.
And they're all
Only
new.
one position.
Correct.
Wow. The one incumbent decided not to run again. Joe Wilbur?
No, Craig Wilbur.
Or Craig.
3-year travel or something.
Well, a lot of these guys have. they can just like that.
And I just click on next to SharePoint, there it is.
Did you figure out what was causing that?
Yeah,
Was it loosening up on the keyboard?
I wasn't playing the A, B, C after the times that they were all at.
Thank you. Anything to make this tech world easier, greatly appreciated.
Just this congressional tour downstairs.
Actually, we're gonna moved up here. It's a,
Oh, we're gonna be here at 1:15 then?
it's
Okay.
a discussion on a congressional tour.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Teal's. It's his baby.
It will be good.
Basically getting the congressional delegation out here to look, to actually put their feet on the ground in Park County and other counties and look at the issues we have here, so.
Wow,
These
that'd be
three stuff.
nice.
You're not familiar with it at all?
No,
Sure.
Go ahead and leave it. I can give her a copy.
The plans to be presented to the WCCA. Picture?
Yeah.
Okay, you can have that.
Oh, I can have this one? Thank you.
If I have this one.
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of tell us about it. It's not my doing, I just happen to be
you're just on a.
on the subcommittee.
Oh, perfect.
WCCA. And with that happening, the only commissioner from Newport Basin, as you read it, the pilot tour for the state is going to start in Newport Basin. And then it will rotate. Yeah, rotate 4 different areas.
At least for last weekend.
Five. So we're trying to get started because
Well, great started.
of, well,
Another gig on
milestones that
second
we need to be between now and August when it will be held for recess.
Two starters.
Recess.
I think it'll be good medicine to play Cody without college playing. Yeah. Yeah, for the girls. Yeah, the girls. Oh, no. Real.
Just a swap shot
Yeah, that's what it'll be. It'll be a blowout for the girls.
and a blowout for the boys.
Yeah, it could be.
I don't know, but I mean, Cody usually steps up in that particular game, but this weekend was a little tough.
Yeah, they need Towich in there. He's a pretty good player.
He is.
So once Hal's full strength, Cody's full strength, when they play against Cody.
We get to go to level one.
Well, they're getting sneaky, is
They're
they're
getting aware.
Oh, yeah.
doing numbers. You always think it might be someone you need to talk to.
Yeah. As far as I know, there's a tournament.
I just text them.
No,
Boys,
Oh,
I think the boys.
Yeah.
girls are playing headaches, so that's okay. Try to get healthy for a volleyball.
Yeah. Well, cowgirls did have a tall girl, but she wanted to stress play.
So we have no incumbent
She was 6'1".
even apply for the expired term for the
So she didn't.
airport. Not reapplied.
She was there.
Craig Wilbur.
Yeah. I don't.
And like I said, I mean, we'll just see how they all interview, but the board currently is pretty pilot heavy or airline related heavy. And I've found like with the Stampede board, it's nice to have, there's a lot of folks on that stick, like a rodeo car, they wouldn't know how to ride a horse to show them. But they bring,
that.
yeah, it's not all bad, they bring different levels of expertise to it. And we've got an attorney on there, we're looking for someone with an accounting background, but I think if you,
I told Shay.
More diverse.
more diverse, that's more better.
Those girls have like that. Because rhythm and volleyball.
So when you show us that work.
He'll be back for the next meeting. He didn't think he was gonna miss the 7th, but they changed his flight to leave on the 7th. Amen. One of this 2 meetings as well.
Have you been in contact with him at all? Yeah, about that at least.
I did too yesterday, yeah,
Good.
good.
Man, for 2 of us, that's a lot of mornings. You know, eat at least 1 or 2 a day.
It's amazing what's not at the grocery store.
Is there one P and Z spot that's open or is it multiple?
Well, there's 2 spots open and there's an incumbent that reapplied.
Okay.
And we collectively as a board looked at the incumbents and decided we could probably get by without interviewing them.
Okay.
Re-interviewing them.
Who is the incumbent?
Kimberly,
Who is stepping down?
Jerry
Martin.
Morris,
Very good. Right here, Sean.
Boy, this is tough duty.
It is. It is.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning. So the way this works, Sean, is one, thank you for applying, but if you want to take a few minutes, tell us a little bit about yourself and your desires to get on the board, and then we will have some questions, and then the rubber hoses come out. So.
they wait that long to come out. Well, the first thing I want to say is any negative comments made by Commissioner Mangle, I would appreciate a chance to
Right.
refute.
Understood.
Understood.
Yes.
Well, again, thank you for taking time to let me talk with you folks today. This is the opportunity, so I appreciate that. I'm a longtime Park County resident, been here my whole life, so this is what I'm interested in. Been here because it's where I want to live, so. First 10 years of my professional career after graduating from college, I spent working for a consulting engineering firm focused on aviation engineering. So I have a pretty good background in working at airports, including out here at YRA. So it's something I understand. Federal funding aspect, the regulations, state aeronautics, a lot of those things, how airports operate. I have a long track record of doing that. The next 20 years, as you can tell, I've got gray hair and I've been doing things for a while now. I've spent working in the private sector and other businesses. So develop those business management skills, HR, budget management, budget maintenance, establishing all those things, operating businesses. So those are all skill sets that you have to learn. And then I have volunteered and a public board member on I think a half dozen different boards. I think I've been a pretty good board member in this case. So I have experience working on public boards. I have experience working at airports. Have a passion for it. And an opportunity to serve.
Great. Commissioner Mangold, do you have any light on it?
Insight. Well, I've known Sean ever since he was giving up tape measure of home runs pitching for Mount Baseball.
It's all true.
Yes, and I do want to point out that I have actually been one of the people appointed in the boards in the past. Showed up to every one of them. Very valuable at that. My main question is, can you talk to the airlines and get the Salt Lake travel back as a board member, or is that you're not sure?
Boy, that's a tough ask. It wouldn't be something I would be afraid to participate in, but that's maybe the largest challenge that we have going forward. Maintaining the existing service, that better be priority number one. Let's make sure we don't lose what we have. Priority number two needs to be how do we grow that, get back what we lost, or grow other opportunities. That's a big world out there. It's going to take a lot of people pulling together, being creative, and working on that.
All right.
I've also worked with Sean, I've sat on a board with Sean and certainly appreciate his input there and every meeting that I'm aware of. Sean, time, of course, is always of the essence for all of us, and I know you have a business here in town. And is there any issue with getting to the meetings or being able to attend all the meetings?
Commissioner, what I did do is take time to look at when the meetings occur, what the durations are. And before I made the application, I made that calculation, say, this is something I can commit to, so yes.
Okay. And how do you feel about dealing with the, well, it seems in the 40 years I've been here, there's always some kind of controversy every year that comes up with your board or every couple of years. Dealing with the public input on things like that, the negative comments, the phone ringing, that type of thing. How do you think about all that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it's something that does give me pause. I take that very seriously. It's not something that I look forward to, so I don't want to convince you otherwise or tell you something to that effect. By the same token, though, that fixed me. Do that. And I think there's a lot of good questions that come from the public that deserve that chance to communicate that. But it's certainly something very serious that anybody that's applying for a board seat out there needs to think about. It does give me pause. We'll be okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just one of both of you guys. I think I've known Sean longer than any of you. Started back in middle school and then with high school, played football with him, but and I can't say anything bad about him or won't in public. Thank you for applying. Kind of have a list of questions to be fair to ask everybody in the same. But, well, first, in your opinion, what priorities would you establish priority-wise to this board, for this board?
Well, look, there's gonna have to be a lot of multitasking, in my opinion. Obviously, we've talked about the commercial airline service, that's gotta be at the very top, but it can't be the only thing that's being focused on. There's a lot of other day-to-day things happening out there. So you've got commercial air service, you've got private vendors that are very important to being successful out there, whether it's the rental agency of companies, whether it's a restaurant. You have a FBO or two that work out there. There's needs that have to be attended to make sure that they have a good chance to grow. There's all the private development out there. So I don't, when you say priorities, it's commercial airline service, yes. It's managing your people, making sure you have the right people retained. And I don't have the max to grind any whatsoever there. I assume they're all good people, but then you've got to make sure you're taking care of them, setting expectations, and dealing with the administration confidently and setting all those things. So to me, it's not a priority. There's the elephant in the room, you got to figure out how to deal with that. And there's 30, 40 other things that are happening in the airport, which is part of what makes it enticing to apply for the board position, because it's a challenge. There's a lot going on there. It's not like any boards that you might volunteer for. There's some real challenges there, but should make it rewarding.
Good, very good answer. You actually answered most of my second question, which would have been, basically, do you have any issues or do you feel that they will emphasize in the future on this board?
I have none. Zero.
With that, thank you again.
John, there's probably a likelihood that Sutton Construction would bid on some projects out there. There's a lot of money out there, whether you agree with how it got there or not. There is a lot of money out there right now. How would you handle that?
Well, this is a good topic to come up. I would tell all of you folks right now, that there's a private business, Select Construction's in the business to acquire work.
Stay in
So we
business.
would, yes, to stay in business. And right now, commercial construction in Wyoming is quite a challenge. So when there's opportunities that we're qualified for, we will pursue them. It would require me to do some things to make sure that I'm not having undue influence should I be on the board. So I would have to recuse myself, and I'm sure there would be some discussions with the administration, the leadership within the board, potentially council too, to make sure that we're doing that properly. But in no way would I be interested in participating or even have a good appearance of undue influence on any possibility of procuring work. That would be inappropriate.
Well, I think that covers it from my end. Anyone else got any more questions or comments? Great. Well, we got quite a few that we got to wade through today. We're gonna interview everybody and make a decision more than likely late this afternoon, but you'll be notified one way or another.
I love hearing there's a number of good applications.
I think
That's
we got
terrific.
7. I think we got 7 for the airport board. For one position. For one
That
position.
is fabulous.
It is.
Love it.
A lot of
Great.
interest out there.
That's good for
We'll
them.
have a bathing suit competition.
Yeah.
Well, I'm out.
What your talent is.
Exactly.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Cool. Lunch? Any suggestions? Skipping. we unmuted? Yep. We got IT, we got Fred from IT helping us out.
Yep, I can let the smoke
As long
out
as you
just
can-
better
as long
than I can.
As long as you can mute Aaron whenever you want to.
I already muted.
All right, everybody, thank you for showing up. I'm gonna kick this over to Commissioner Teal, but this is the congressional tour initiative update. What exactly is it, Lloyd?
Well, everybody that zoomed in and that showed up here, and good, I see Jennifer came on. We'll start with a few introductions. I think everybody knows, most everybody, we do have a couple new commissioners for the rest of us and for Jennifer, but Commissioner Mangold is new for Park County. I believe we have a Commissioner Jolly from Bighorn County that is new. Other than that, I believe we don't need to introduce the rest of us, but, and then with that, as far as the committee, the subcommittee for the WCCA that has been invited to zoom into this as well. We also have Jennifer Johnson with Bighorn Public Affairs. She is a consultant that has been contracted by the WCCA of this committee.
Oh, time out, stop. Did you unmute us, Fred?
I did.
Aaron just said he can't hear us.
Park County, right?
Yeah. Can you hear us now, Aaron?
Give some thumbs up. Everybody, can we hear?
Aaron and Jennifer can hear. Aaron's there. Can you hear us now, Aaron? I think it's something on Aaron's end. Can you send him a chat?
Okay, now you're talking to me too. Okay.
So we lost Bailey.
Can't hear you.
Type him in, yeah.
Just text them.
So you can go down and click down and put a message into everyone,
okay.
or you can
Well,
go
somebody
to,
just did that.
Right.
see the drop down menu beside everyone, you can individualize who you send it to.
Okay, you want to send it to there?
Yeah, to see if he can hear us now.
I'll try another device, he said.
Okay, yeah, it's on his end. Okay. All right, so continue on. Actually, yeah, Lloyd, if you want to just give a real quick overview what the congressional tour is.
Yeah, I see Bailey's back now. Hopefully Bailey can hear as well. I do want to add one more thing to it. I introduced Jennifer Johnson. There's Bailey. But also with that, Molly Norberg is our new Park County's new executive assistant. So anyway, what we're meeting about, the WCCA subcommittee for congressional tour started meeting last spring sometime. We met on a monthly basis, more or less, leading up to August, of which some of the committee members went over to the Newey tour. And what this is, for those, I think everybody knows, the congressional tour is going to be where we invite federal legislators, staffers to Wyoming to get them boots on the ground and firsthand experience of what we're about in Wyoming for different reasons. Fast forwarding a little bit, with myself and Commissioner Carazales from Bighorn County attended the Newey tour. It was very enlightening. And we could definitely see this working statewide. So the subcommittee tour is put together an initiative with Bailey basically did it for us with a great help. And I think everybody has an electronic copy of that. Some of us here have paper copies of what the plan is with that. And so with the committee's work, we presented this in, I believe it was September at NACO to the body of the WCCA, and we got great support. But we didn't feel we had enough people there to make a decision, enough commissioners. So we were asked at the NACO convention to put together an initiative and bring it forward in the winter February meeting and moving forward. This committee, we've also met with a lot of our state legislation as well as the select natural resource management committee from the state. And we've had nothing but overwhelming support so far, to the point that the WCCA has also contacted that committee along with Beth Calloway to secure funding from the FNRPA account for to the tune of $25,000 for the first year and for the next 2 years after. Overall, there's some price lists of cost in the initiative of what it will run. FNRPA funding will basically pay about 50% of what we believe the tour will cost. The remaining balance at this point with the initiative will be collected from the county based on the same valuation as the dues for the WCCA base, which is on percentage of population, and that's listed in the initiative as to what your county would put forward. The reason I wanted to have a meeting, or we wanted to have a meeting today, is there's some milestones that we need to get started, because August is going to come around as sooner than we are going to be ready for. And with that, Jennifer with Bighorn Affairs Group is in Washington, D.C. Her consultant group specializes in getting the right people in contact with the people that we need here in our state. Jennifer will allow maybe later to introduce herself a little more, but she is a Wyoming grew up in Sheridan, been in Washington, D.C. for a while. I'm not going to tell how old she might be, but she moved out there with Senator Alan Simpson originally as a staffer, so she knows her way around, and we felt it was very important to bring her on board to get the right people. What I'd like to do today, trying to follow our agenda that I kind of put together here, was we need to decide, based on the subcommittee of the 4 counties of which this first tour will be held in the Bighorn Basin, and then to be determined as to where it will move next year. But we'd like to see a host county take on the responsibility for accounting purposes. There's going to be a lot of difficulty on tracking funds because there's a lot of rules as far as ethics committees and things like that when we bring congressional people out here as to what we can and cannot offer them and where that money has to come from, and it needs to be tracked. So one source would be better than all 4 counties. To avoid trying to be a dictator here, I wanted to open that up to all of Washakie, Hot Springs, and Bighorn County, and if they feel they want more involvement and want to do that, I'm open for discussion. If not, Park County is more than willing, with the help of Molly, who actually has some banking background that I think could be very beneficial for that position. So if nobody has any objections, we'll kind of assume Park County would become the host county for that.
I'm not seeing Fred jump from.
Okay. With that, the subcommittee has also looked at why are we bringing these congressional people here? And we want to have a common theme for the entire area of the Bighorn Basin. And we tossed around different ideas, and we believe that we want something that is of current interest, not just locally, but nationally. Because we're not going to bring, legislators and staffers from probably Montana. They're going to be from Rhode Island or somewhere like this, and specific ones. And that's what Jennifer Johnson's job is going to be, to target the ones that are most effective for whatever our topic or themes are going to be. So with a theme using environmental as a theme, there's so many different areas that we can use it throughout all of our counties, from agriculture to energy, tourism. All of them have an environmental committee somewhere, and even the Department of Defense has an environmental committee. So with that, what we will need to do today is to have the counties take a serious look, don't have to be decided today, but we want you to go home, get back together and come up with 3 topics within your county that you want to highlight, preferably in an order of 1, 2, 3. Not saying we can't have 4, but I'm not sure we can even squeeze 3. That's 12 different topics that we're going to be hitting in basically a 3-day period when we have the tour, which is, we'll bring the staffers in on a Monday, possibly have some kind of conference, and then tour Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and send them home on Friday. So with that, we got to tour a pretty good area with the Bighorn Basin here. So each county come up with 3 ideas. Some of these may overlap. So we don't need to, and hopefully they will, so we can narrow that down and spend a little more time and maybe not have 12 different topics to cover with these staffers. So we're hoping to leave today and have the county come up, go home and discuss it, come up with 3 main purposes or topics relevant to an environment, because with today's people in Washington, there's no shortage of that subject, from waters of the US and 30/30 and everything like that. So I don't think it'll be hard to come up with those. And then we'll meet again in February at our Quad County meeting. Hopefully we can get about 15 minutes on the agenda or more to put those together, because we need to get these ideas back to Jennifer so that she can start going after some of these staffers. There, I believe last we talked with Jennifer, she is waiting on the calendar to be set for August. The reason August is they have recess back in Washington. And I've learned that this is not something new just to Wyoming. During the recess period of August, nationwide, different interest groups, if you will, try to recruit these staffers and, for a better term, lobby for what they want. The one thing that I think that we need to keep remembering is whatever topic we come up with, we don't want to bring them here and beat the hell out of them. We want to show them also the benefit of maybe some of the policies that are being drawn up in Washington and how they help, as well as maybe it's the negative, but don't show them all negative things. So for instance, the logging. We can show right out here in Park County, up in the Crandall area, where we're doing select timber harvest and cleaning up the forest bed, and how much healthier that area is to capture carbon. And you could literally drive 3 miles up past Kent Creek and show them they helped fires of '88, which 30 plus years later are still worse shape than what we've just done in the last 3 or 4. So those are the things that we're looking for. Dates to be determined as far as the tour. Just know it's going to be in August because of the recess. We've, as a subcommittee, agreed to not try to interfere with NUI. NUI's been doing this for 10, 12 years. And I don't believe that we're going to be really stepping on their toes too much, and we're have a lot of discussion still to come on this, simply because the NUI tour is more directed with coal energy, and with the Bighorn Basin here, we're a little bit of energy, but we're also a lot of everything else, including agriculture and tourism. So some of the staff people that we bring in are not going to be the same ones that NUI brings. I believe with that, I want to give Bailey a chance. She's been leading up the subcommittee. If she wants to fill in anything that I left out, and then also give Jennifer a chance to introduce herself, and then we'll open up to questions.
Thanks, Commissioner Teal. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know that I have too much to add to what Commissioner Teal already did. WCCA is super excited about this initiative. I think what NUI has been doing over the last decade or so has been really great. And rather than reinventing the wheel, we're taking what they've learned and running with it throughout the rest of the state. I'll just provide a little bit of an update maybe from the funding side. Like Commissioner Teal mentioned, we do have $25,000 of FNRPA funding. And then in addition to that, we'll be bringing a proposal forward at the WCCA Legislative Conference in February regarding an assessment that counties, it's not really a special assessment because as Commissioner Teal mentioned, WCCA won't be collecting the dues. The lead county, now hopefully Park County, will be accepting those funds to spend on the tour in their region. So that discussion will happen in February to make up the balance. And then WCCA has contracted with Jennifer Johnson on behalf of the counties to retain her services in helping to set up the tour for August. So there will continue to be discussions about funding and how we want to move forward, how the counties want to pay for this program and such. So looking forward to those discussions. And then I will just offer, any help that I can when it comes to developing the agenda for the tour. I think you all are on the right track. I love the idea of kind of a brainstorming session early on. Like you're mentioning, Commissioner Teal, everybody kind of throw your ideas together. And, it's only going to be probably 3 days that these staffers are in the area with 2 travel days on either end. So there's a lot to pack into a short amount of time. So being really deliberate about how that time is used, where you take them, trying to get the most bang for your buck, both with the sites that you visit, the time that you use between site visits to talk to these staffers about new and different issues. It's just going to take a lot of thought leading into it to make sure that we don't exhaust them, but we definitely make the most of the time that they have here. So please feel free to use me as a resource and happy to help. Thank you so much for the time and energy you all are putting into this and will into the future, especially Commissioner Teal.
Thank you,
Happy
baby.
to answer any questions.
Jennifer, if you want to unmute and introduce yourself real quick. Jennifer will be involved, I believe. We can visit more with her, but actually hands-on when we do the tour, provided it doesn't conflict with NUI's tour. She will be hopefully right there alongside us to help us along through this first one especially. Jennifer?
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, I'm Jennifer. I grew up in Sheridan, Wyoming, and my parents still live there, of course. And so I get home every summer. My first job actually was there in Park County, actually in Cody, for Senator Alan Simpson. I worked for him in Cody for maybe 4 to 6 weeks. And then I came to Washington, D.C. and have been here ever since. Usually I'm a lobbyist. I work on a lot of energy and agriculture and natural resources issues, but for the state of Wyoming or for NUI, let me say, and then for your commissioners group, I'm not lobbying, right? I'm just helping you with this educational tour. We call it a fact-finding tour for congressional aides. And it's the NUI tour so far. We've had 11 years of that tour, and I helped them organize it on the DC side. And so I'm really excited to help with your tour and get kind of the western part and the other parts of the state, actually, and to bring people to Wyoming. It's definitely my favorite job of the year. I get to show people, where I grew up, but I get to show all of these natural resources that Wyoming has. And I focus on finding the right staffers, key staffers, the ones that serve members of Congress who are working on the committees that are important to your county. So probably they're going to be more of like the agriculture committees or natural resources committees. But you're going to tell me with those topics that Commissioner Teal asked for. I find senior staffers to come. I don't want, just anybody, right? I want the decision makers that the members of Congress are going to, asking for updates on certain issues. And I think we've been very successful in the northeastern part of the state with these trips because now they've got, we have congressional staffers that have gone out into the world, so to speak. We have a number of them working in the Biden administration right now. We've had plenty that were in the Trump administration. It's actually pretty cool. One man that was on our recent trip to Wyoming, he's now Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Land and Minerals Management at the Department of the Interior. So I just think he's a great example. He came as a congressional staffer, but then when Biden was elected, he moved over to Department of the Interior. And so he's got that firsthand knowledge of Wyoming energy, especially, coal and oil and gas and such, which is important for the Department of the Interior. So I'm really excited to help your counties do the same type of thing with the issues that are important that you want to highlight when these staffers come. And you tell me how you want to run this, but I think bipartisan is important. We've discussed that before. We want Democrats and Republicans. Of course, it's the Democrats in general in congressional offices around the nation that don't know as much maybe about the natural resources and energy side maybe. Certainly, I would say they're up to speed on agricultural issues, but it seems like when there's environmental concerns, maybe we need to educate some of the more liberal offices more. So it's really fun and exciting, I think, to bring those staffers from liberal leaning offices to Wyoming. A lot of them just really have never had a chance to even come to Wyoming. So anything I can do to help, this doesn't have to be exactly like the NUI tour, but because I'm very familiar with the NUI tour and helped start it, 11 years ago, I think I have a lot of experience to help your tour be successful. And I do travel with the staffers. I think that's very important. They just need one constant person, I think, that stays with them every moment of the trip and answers questions and puts them with the right people on different days. Sometimes we've had just even little emergencies. One time, someone had to fly home early. I handle all that. We have people with, who knows, food allergies, people with specific questions or concerns. I think it's very important that I just travel with them. And I think I have used the word babysit before, but it's not necessarily babysitting. It's just making sure that everybody has the best time that they can in Wyoming. So I'm just really excited about this tour. I can tell you that on Capitol Hill, people see me. They know I'm from Wyoming. They know that I organize Wyoming tours. And I think that's fun. It's a fun part of my job as well, just because I'll see people on Thursday. For instance, my firm, Bighorn Public Affairs, is hosting our holiday party on Thursday, and I'll have a lot of people attending, a lot of congressional staffers attending that holiday party who have been to Wyoming and who are bringing people that they, their colleagues that they say, oh, this person should come to Wyoming next August. So I'm excited because I get to talk about your congressional tour, and I'm working already on just getting the right people from the right offices that will benefit you. But ask me any questions and I will participate anytime and every time. And I look forward to meeting you all in person.
Thank you, Jennifer. I think what Jennifer hit on exactly is what we're doing is we're trying to educate the less educated, the people that are actually making those decisions and writing legislation back in Washington that have a direct effect to us here locally in Wyoming. So with that, I think it's very important that we narrow these topics down as soon as we can, because it is, Jennifer has a great reputation back there, but it is first come, first serve. I mean, some of these staffers that we may want to target may already be getting approached for different tours in the nation from other groups. So the sooner we can, Jennifer can nail these down, the better for us. We want to try to give equal time to the 4 counties as far as our topics. With discussion with some of the committee and amongst ourselves, I don't know that we can do more than 3. So try to prioritize the ones you want to hit in your county, and we'll try to put it in logistics. First, we'll get those topics to Jennifer so she can get to work, and then We can meet in January or February, but we also need to start putting the logistics together as to how much can we do in the short amount of time. You know, from booking rooms in Cody, Wyoming, I assume that we'll probably bring them into Cody just because it is the regional airport for the first night. What can we do in that Friday evening? And then where do we go from there? And with those rooms availability is already filling up for Cody, Wyoming, as a lot of people know, with the tourists. So the sooner we get started on this, the better, and that's the reason for our meeting today. And I think with that, if we have any questions for myself or Jennifer or Bailey, I think it's clear as mud.
Have we nailed down hard dates yet?
No, Jennifer is still, have we set a calendar set for the recess? And then the other thing we're waiting on, and I see I thought Colleen was up there, but Christy Haswell, Commissioner Haswell, do you know if NUI has set their dates yet? Because we're going to revolve around that.
I don't know that.
We need to probably get in contact with them as soon as possible so that we don't.
I can tell you that NUI has not set any dates yet. They are also waiting for the congressional calendar to come out, and that calendar will come out before the end of the year. So any moment now. I'm surprised I don't have it actually. But also NUI, I was told by the city of Gillette maybe 2 weeks ago that they're still kind of deciding if they're going to do their actual tour. That's what at least the Gillette folks said. So maybe see if you're hearing anything different. So I don't know if they're 100% sure about doing it, but as long as they are, I'll make sure that we coordinate the dates properly. Is that because I do not want these trips to conflict, of course. I want you to have the right people.
That's one thing that we definitely, as a subcommittee, did not want to step on the toes of NUI. They were first here in Wyoming, and they've been more than supportive, helping us figure out how we can do this statewide. The other thing I'll quickly will add, we can discuss this more in February, but there is opportunity for other funding to help along the way, and that is involving our municipalities. I know that I have visited with the ones in Park County. I haven't narrowed anything down as far as financial, but as far as actual help, they've all been more than interesting already. And I've already visited with all the legislators, from the state legislators, representatives, and state senators within the Bighorn Basin, and are fully support. We also have great support from Speaker Barlow, Representative Barlow. So we got some good backing to get this up. We want to try to set the tempo for the next area of Wyoming when it moves next year. With the funding part, having the host county part of that is this funding will then carry over if there is any. And then the next host will have a little head start, because that will probably be determined in September or before, who the next area that we may move to. I'm just picking here, Western Wyoming. And they will have to get together and figure out who the host county was, and then that we'll do some kind of internal audit with the committee as to the make sure that all the money was spent accordingly, and then it'll move to the next area of Wyoming. So, but we can talk a lot more about this as it goes down. Right now, the main topic is the counties to go back and discuss and come back with some ideas. I do see that Bighorn is not represented today. I know Felix was planning on being here. I also don't see Hot Springs, so we're going to have to reach out to them and fill them in on where we're at. I have spoken with them before, and they are on board with going ahead with this. So we definitely need their input. Anything else?
Yeah, real quick, Lloyd, and this might be a question for Jennifer, but is Jennifer going to key in on figure out what staffers she needs to select based upon what topics we present?
Correct.
So the sooner we get topics, the easier it is for her to start working on that.
Exactly.
And as far as the dates, I think if we can, once that, the recess is out there, calendar for that. The sooner we can get dates, let's just block some rooms.
Absolutely.
So,
What's the deadline for getting the 3 topics?
just,
Um,
I got it right now.
January 20th.
We've already talked about
When
this.
we meet our regular quad meeting with the counties for the legislative meeting, there'll be many other things on that topic, which I believe Vice Chair Overfield will be chairman most likely
Depends on the
after
votes.
January. But we will be getting an agenda out, I assume Commissioner Livingston, Chairman Livingston, as to what we'll on the agenda for the Quad County meeting, but I believe it's set January 20th. And we'd like those back at or before then. Is that workable, Jennifer?
Jennifer left the room.
I believe it will be.
I'm here. I'm sorry.
If we
Can you hear
can
me?
get a list of topics by January 20th or shortly after, that's soon enough to start your recruitment.
Muted.
Sorry, yes. If you get me the topics, that just invite. I can tell you, we won't have confirmations from the travelers until, later on this spring. It'll be late spring, early summer, just because congressional staffers often don't get the approval to travel until we get a little closer to the actual trip.
I think we're good. The sooner we can get there, we're first in line, that helps.
Yeah, okay. How many staffers are we looking at?
We're estimating on this tour 10. We do hope as a subcommittee, WCCA, to grow approximately 15. Through the experience of Dewey, they found that over that,
our trip dates locked in and the people targeted and the invitations out will be just important, Absolutely.
You were breaking up pretty bad, Jennifer.
Apologies. I know the service keeps going in and out. I don't know why. I'm sorry. What is the question?
Number of staff.
The question was from how many staffers we plan to recruit for the first tour. And my answer was 8 to 10 on the first tour, and hopefully to raise that later years up to approximately 15.
Okay,
Correct?
Pat. Yes, and you're right. You tell me on the number of staffers. Yes, NUI normally does 15. One year, it was actually, I think it was NUI's second year of the trip. They did 30 staffers. And I know a number of the folks did think that was too big. I think the problem with that 30 staffer problem was because we thought that more city councilmen and county commissioners were going to join us, so it was going to make a bigger group. I think 30 is manageable, but there's a lot of cost involved. So you tell me however many people you want to come. Usually I try to bring about 1 or 2 more Democrats than Republicans, but again, it's really your preference.
So the reason why I was asking that question was, we can take advantage of by getting a bus. And commissioners riding with that's
and we
taking every minute we can to visit with them. So.
And that's the idea. And we can get more in detail in January when we get Quad County wide. But we will most likely contract a tour bus where everybody's on the same bus. And even as we transport from Cody to Worland, and that's when we hope to have, we've had volunteers, even state representatives, state senators, as well as industry leaders to entertain, if you will, or to discuss things along that way on that bus. So we don't want to waste those time. And I do want to say, and like I said, we can talk about this more, but visiting with the staffers and the NUI tour, they really liked a lot of leisure, not a lot, but they wish they asked them how they went, what they thought, and they felt that there wasn't enough leisure time to just sit and shoot the bull where you can just talk one-on-one, not just as a group, but Commissioner Franson pulled one aside and, they asked a question. It was amazing the things that they asked. It was extremely crazy how naive they were on how Wyoming works and things like that. So I'm sure they're very intelligent, educated people, but what we're doing is exactly that, educating them on what really happens here in Wyoming. And simple things like, how does a prairie dog get out of a hole after the tour bus drove over and caved the dirt in? They were more worried about that than the discussion as a whole on intense grazing and how that opportunity arose from the methane development of water lines to bring water to the different pastures cross fencing.
Right.
They were more concerned about the prairie dog that we just ran over his front door. So, I mean, little discussions like that go a long ways, and getting the right people here, which I believe we've landed a star with Jennifer. And when they go back to Washington, they're sitting on a committee and they bring up a topic, and we want them to think of how that might affect Wyoming. And that's what it's all about.
Oh, yeah.
It's very difficult to put a dollar value on it. I believe it could easily pay off 100 times full on any one decision with the right person at the right place. With that, I guess, turn back to the committee.
No, I think you've covered what direction we're headed. And unless anyone else has got any questions about it, I think we got some marching orders and some things to get done.
In terms of the final vote on the pay and everything will happen at
WCCA.
WCCA.
Correct.
Yes.
So that will
Yeah,
finalize the
we're
final
kind of
step.
jumping ahead here because this does have to be approved by the body of the WCCA. But based on the support that we got at NACO, as well as the talk around the Bighorn Basin and other commissioners, Commissioner Willick, who I was hoping was going to be here, president of the WCCA, has had nothing but great support across the state. Like I said, we've met with the various committees from the state. I believe that the funding might be open for discussion as to how to come up with that. And that could be a work in progress. We need to get funding in place for the first time. And then from that, I believe that once we show a good success, especially right here in the Bighorn Basin the first year, I know that after visiting and testifying before the select Natural Resource Committee for the state, their question was basically there was discussion on depleting or reducing the FNRPA fund account. And after hearing the presentation by Bailey, as well as Jim Willix and myself, and the idea of this, now we just need to show them that it works. There's a possibility that more funding can come from the state. We're willing to do the legwork. We're going to put a little bit of skin in the game with some financing, but I think if we show this, we can do it down the road across the state. It'll get easier as we go.
Good. Anything else?
Any other questions or Bailey?
Thanks for showing up. Thank you, Jennifer. We'll be in touch. This is the end of
Okay,
it.
you're
Thanks,
welcome.
everyone.
Thank
Have a
you.
good afternoon. Merry Christmas.
Bye-bye.
Merry Christmas. Good job.
Okay. Let's don't let it down.
Mhm.
She's not on the board.
Is she's an employee, right?
Right, she's, yeah, so she's not on the board, she gets all the, provides us a monthly update.
I think we were really fortunate when she came into that position. I think that was about when I first started as clerk.
Well, I think Commissioner Teal was actually trying to push this earlier, but I guess since we have interviewed Mr. Ferguson, and we can do Fair Ward, we can start with the Buffalo Bill Dam Advisory Board. We have 3 incumbents filling 3 positions. Does anyone have a motion?
Chairman, I would make a motion that we approve Greg Layton, Richard Jones, and Andreas Vasquez to the Buffalo Bill Advisory Board.
Second.
Moved and seconded. No further discussion? All those in favor?
Uh,
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, Chairman,
Fair Ward.
I would make a motion that we approve incumbent Sarah Skowski and a new member Fred Bronnenberg to the Park County Fair Advisory Board.
Second.
Discussion. I think we're gonna bring Cronenberg in front of us to interview him even after we've appointed him, but given that, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Discussion on Park County Plan and Zoning.
I move we approve Super League in winter mode and Bob Ferguson.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion. You know, I kind of wish we had more applicants, especially for that board. I mean, not that every board isn't important, but given the fact that we're headed towards the land use plan and everything that's going on in there, I sure wish we'd had more applicants. But that's neither here nor there. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. So you can notify all of those that you're done, and we'll.
I can tell you as mayor, I've had to resort to the, come on.
You can, yeah, begging people to do it.
So at least we had 2 applications, so.
Mhm.
Sure. I don't.
Don't ask my phone call conflict questions, because there really aren't any on historical preservation.
Yeah, I will send you. Perfect, thank you.
Two forms for board application. Got 2 different forms for board application. That one. Different. You see one?
That's what.
We probably don't have one. Well,
They have to be able, they're accessing them somewhere.
there's that one. And then when you get to the next applicant, this one.
Yeah.
I mean, they read pretty much the same, but they're set up differently. This is one I'm used to seeing.
Is there one on the website?
Oh, we might have checked the website, I guess.
Might be one on the website that might be a little different.
That'd be the only way it could be.
Yeah,
Or-
it's just looks different, but we might, I think this is the one that we're used to.
Yeah.
most.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
And
the
it's
one
on a
that I
single-
sent out.
and it's on a single page.
Right. Yeah, that's if people came in to get one or tried to send them, that's the one I would send.
So I don't know where you found this.
Yeah, it came back in a couple different formats, which I was
Okay,
confused about.
thanks. this with Henry.
Yeah, just Cody.
A straight piece of candy. Been there a while, doesn't matter. That's a good thing.
Take between going through Henderson or Shell, so on the way up, Shell.
Oh, yeah.
Mistake.
Mistake, yep.
Snowy and ice,
Peanut brittle,
slow traffic.
make sure you taste, I.
Came back the other way, it is only snowy till I cut off that.
Again, there were no nuts.
But there was outside of Ted Sleep on that back road going to Anderson. There was caution cows on the road. And sure enough, there was actual cows somewhere walking up the road.
With the
But they
rider.
were pretty nice. They got out of the way when they saw me.
Did they have somebody hurt them or not?
No, there was nobody out there, just cows walking up the road.
My friend hit 2 cows outside Franny few weeks ago. Yeah, she was really bad. She wasn't hurt luckily, but her car was.
Oh, yeah. It was-
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
That used to be down on the Badger Basin Road. They had those, had those Angus out there, and there were no fences. Lily County still had that highway. I know I was driving back and forth to Redwood at night doing some ski board work up there. And there were, well, that one couple was killed that one year because they're black
Yeah.
cows and it's perfectly dark and you're
Yeah,
going
it
60
killed
miles
the
an hour.
outside of town.
Right, right. You get those, you're not going.
No. Plus after cows been on the road, these two car wash pickups on that.
We followed a semi-hauling cows. We were leaving for Vegas. I was like,
Windshield
guess what we
washer
washing this?
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, it's a little bad. You can always tell where the cattle trucks have gone up the hill.
I just figured someone's funny.
That's true. Well, he is not all cows. He had to put himself in college when he was driving semi.
Oh, hello. Someone okay?
Somebody fall down the stairs, it sounded like.
Yeah.
Somebody did fall.
Yeah.
Need help up there, Colleen?
I don't know. Is he okay? Nope, he got up. He's okay.
I just have a fun day.
That's right.
I saw. Get with grab your cars and see if we can have a nicer sign built for circuit court instead of the orange piece of paper.
Just doesn't
Just a
quite follow
request from the
the theme,
commissioners.
doesn't follow the theme of the building cabinet. Right out here.
Oh.
It's got it taped to the side of the stair wall. It says circuit court and an arrow that goes upstairs.
Oh. That should be nice letters like what we have on our doors and stuff. Gosh,
It's still there. Is it?
Is he still standing there?
No, he left.
Oh, okay. Did he go out the front door or did he keep
He
going
went
down?
downstairs.
Delicious.
Of course. I'm the pro of that, you know. Except I was really mad because again, I couldn't find no nuts.
Yeah, well, everything's getting a little harder to come by. Grocery store yesterday and the shelves are just.
So next year, I guess I'll order them off of Amazon again. I ordered, so this was leftover nuts from last year. Thank heavens I had that because I went out Saturday and there were no,
There was no stick margarine at the grocery store.
nope,
You could get the tubs, but you couldn't get. any
no
stick
butter. Yeah,
margarine.
no stick butter. Nope. Nope, even at Walmart.
Oh,
Totally
really?
gone.
I didn't go out there yet.
Yeah. Gone because so that's where I went on Saturday, was looking for the Gosh, unless I'm living nuts.
I generally spend the whole winter living off of what's left over from hunting camp, so.
That's probably true, you don't need to
I
go to
don't
the
go to the
grocery
grocery store a hell of a lot.
I have to
Buy-
take all the food next week for 10, well, all of us for a week. Because we're driving and everybody else is basically flying.
Oh. Make sure you have spaghetti.
Oh, don't worry, we have spaghetti. It's a family joke.
It's a family joke. And yeah, and Nate still every once in a while has to bring it up.
Rob-
He
Rob
said,
had
"So
an
Mom, have you
Italian
been there?"
roommate in college, and that roommate's mom came and taught him how to make spaghetti sauce from scratch. And so he's always done that when he taught me after we got married. And so the big thing around our family is whatever big dinner we have, I always just have spaghetti ready. That's a great travel food when you don't know what time they're gonna arrive. I just have the sauce hot and throw the noodles in when they get there. So yeah, it's, and somebody sent me a cookbook. There was 120 ways to make spaghetti sauce.
I did not do
You
that.
didn't do that. Yeah,
And I'll be
it's
sure
on
to
the
tell
menu.
Nate to have that.
So, yeah, there's one with hot dogs. Yeah. Pretty interesting.
Because Robin Dawson watched the boys every once in a while and Nate go. Would you please tell her I don't like lettuce salad and don't make me eat it out there. Well, you're at Dossie's house. You have to do what Dossie tells you to do.
You would eat the tomatoes?
The tomatoes was the part he didn't like, but
So he didn't mind the
Yeah.
lettuce, he just didn't want to eat the tomatoes. But I couldn't let him get by without eating them when I made the boys.
yeah, it was always, that was always his comment. Would you tell her we don't want salad?
Oh, perfect. Come on in.
How are you guys today?
Good.
Good.
Take a seat.
Perfect.
Your contractor shows up with tape on it.
Yeah, yeah.
So what we'll do, Kip, is let you visit with us a little bit about yourself, your interest in this board, and then we'll have a few questions for you.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess to say about myself, I'm sure you guys got the letter that I submitted. You know, that pretty much sums it up. I remember the community quite a while. I have an interest in aviation. I feel like our airport's a pretty critical, component to our local economy. And for that reason, I was gonna pick something to serve on. There's no, that one makes sense for me.
Mr. Mango, have you been on any boards before?
I have not, no.
Far as, I'm sure you've seen no Salt Lake for now, working on it. The retention of the Crimson Den, I suppose. That would be certainly one of the priorities, right, for the airport. Do you have any other ideas, priorities that the airport is looking at or should be looking at?
Well, you know, I mean, I don't know all the inner workings of the airport. That's part of the interest of being on the board, to see what it's about. I mean, I think that, yeah, the biggest thing would be making sure that we keep at least what we do have coming in for commercial flights and trying to regain the other one, because I think if we were to lose those, it could be pretty detrimental to our area as far as businesses that would look at coming here, because if they don't have a commercial connection, that makes it pretty complicated, I think, for a community to continue to grow, for sure. So I'd say that'd be first and foremost.
Hi, thanks for applying.
Yeah.
Have you been to the airport board meetings in the past?
I have not, no.
Have you checked on their time schedule to make sure that it would fit with your?
As I recall, I did look at that, my schedule, I can usually make whatever work, especially if I know it's coming up. So as I recall, it's a Wednesday, is it like the third Wednesday or? I remember looking at it to see when it was and remembering that should be no issues.
The other thing that happens with these boards that you are probably aware of, but sometimes things get a little controversial. And as you've seen over the years that you've lived here, there's been some things with the airport off and on. So how do you feel about, your neighbors calling and they're pretty upset with you, or people that you don't know that are citizens of Park County calling you and hollering, I guess.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm in the building business, so I guess I would say I got fairly thick skin to deal with that, and I'm not one to fire back at somebody. I usually listen to what they have to say and just stay calm and collected and figure out what it is we can do about it. I guess each specific would be, depends on what it was, what their complaint was for how I would deal with it, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
First, I want to disclose that although we have a really cool last name.
Yeah.
Well, that was gonna be mine, are you sure, have you done a genealogical
I have
search?
nothing
Yeah,
I wanna
financial to
make
gain.
sure before I even consider it.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Not related, although I do have to, I move way up by the name, but, Kip, is there any specific issue or issues that if you were appointed to the board that you would like to, bring forward to the board?
No, I would say there's nothing specific. I mean, I guess the biggest thing, if I was to be on the board, I guess the first thing I would do is just observe what's going on and find out what the issues really, what they are and what everybody's doing and work towards addressing them and see how I can add to help that. So,
Thank you for applying.
yeah.
This might be an easy question to answer, but it might not be, but are you familiar with running a budget? I know you do building, but do you run your own budgets within your company?
I do, yeah. In fact, I keep budgets on everything that I build, every project.
That is also a major thing with this board. Obviously, there's been an influx of a large amount of money there, but potentially more money coming. So there's a lot of stuff happening out there with the funding that's arrived, and the budget is pretty critical. So. Oh, well, I don't have anything else. Anyone else got anything to give? Well, we've got, especially for this, we've got a lot of applicants. I think we've got 7 applicants for the airport board.
Oh, well, that's good.
It is good. I wish we had that for every board.
Yeah, no
Other
kidding.
than it makes for a long day.
Yeah.
But we appreciate you taking the time
Yeah.
to come down and visit with us and applying. And we will have an answer to you this afternoon or tomorrow sometime.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank
Thank you, guys. Nice
Thanks.
meeting you.
You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is his name pronounced the same as yours, what?
I think so.
What's that?
Is he a teal or a teal?
Teal, it's pronounced teal.
Oh, he is?
But does he pronounce his steel? Okay, that's what I thought.
Thought it was steel.
Basically, it is a German name, and in the German language, the H is silent, and for whatever reason, 200 or 300 years ago, whatever the hell my family lived here as well as his, they kept the German pronunciation or something. That are built the same.
Teal or German means
Come
hot.
on up here, Chris. Well,
Yeah,
good afternoon. Thanks for coming by.
yes.
Spend time with us. What we'll do is allow you to tell us a little bit about yourself, your interest in the board, and we'll have some questions.
Great. Okay, first of all, I'm Gary Williams. I retired out of the hospital 32 years ago. And I have my own business, which you people sign my checks down, and it's Williams Sons, excuse me, Williams and Sons LLC. I do all the patrol work on the counties. We do all the emergency work at the hospital and the ambulances, and the radio system and the ER and the paging system. We do school district radios. Once in a while, help with fire radios. We do the TC schools, the TC fire department, Little Buffalo oil basin, and we do some work over at the Powell at the oil field over there. On my volunteer services, I have 26 years on the fire department. I have 18 years on the Cody ambulance, about 6 years with search and rescue. I've been on the hospital credit union board. We're starting that, and then we merged with Sunlight Federal Credit Union as a board member on there. I was a board member on the Cody Fire Department Fire District Board. I've currently been 18 years on the cemetery. And in that 18 years, we've consolidated our equipment, find out what we can get our best use out of it. And I can't remember how many years ago, but we decided that with the money we've saved by getting how much use we could get out of our vehicles and equipment, instead of kicking it back, we were able to give you folks back the new one.
Great.
I guess that's my career.
Like,
Gary, thanks a lot for playing. It's great to see volunteers in the community step up and volunteer for committees like this. Are there any specific an issue or issues, if we were put into the board, that you would like to see brought forth in the near future?
Well, I know the air service is a fantastic service for the country. And, you know, which I read in the paper the other day, we're only going to have one airline service here. And, you know, the Bighorn Basin, as far down as Florida, I'm sure that they come up here for the air service. And if there'd be some way that we could work with a motel, that we could give them some kind of rates so they wouldn't have to leave at 4 o'clock in the morning if they were coming up here to get that early morning flight and inclement the weather, stuff like that. And of course, all the construction going on out there.
Never thought of that, but you know, being local, you don't think of that kind of stuff.
So
But we're a regional airport,
and that's just an
and
idea.
especially in the summertime, we're finding already on other issues that midsummer next year, or some of these hotels are already booked. So,
Yes, you
yeah,
know,
you're right.
And with the motel right out there, you know, if we could work some kind of a deal where a discount on maybe 8 rooms or something like that, that would kind of help the people out.
Sure.
I think it'd be more of a PR thing than anything else. But, okay. I mean, it's a thought, so.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Those are some of the best thoughts or solutions or thought outside the box like that. You know, everybody's worried about bringing flights in, people going out, but if it's make it easier for them, they'll go sometimes.
You know, and just like we did at cemetery, we need to figure out really what the needs are and not what the wants are.
Okay, well, thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
I guess a couple of things. Have you been to any of the airport board meetings?
No, I have not.
You're aware of when they hold them or is there
I-
any conflict
I
time?
think that a Wednesday morning or
You wouldn't have a conflict at time?
whatever.
As you well know, and I guess it's kind of a question because you've been in this position before on boards, but things can get a little controversial at times, and you know that happens with air service, with anything. Your phone's gonna ring off the wall at times when decisions are made, and you have controversy with the public and your neighbors are mad. How do you feel about handling all that, or how have you handled that?
Well, I'm a firm believer in the chain of command. You know, just because somebody calls a board member, which I've been called this time, I said, you know, we will take it back to our board meeting, talk to the Saxon, which is out there, and see what's going on. There's always 2 sides of the story. Find out what's going on, and if we get it resolved at that level, then contact the person that contacted me and say, this is what we got, because we've had some different issues where people think that we own the headstones. We don't own the headstones. All we do is maintain the property, but actually the property where the grave is, we actually issue a deed. So we take care of, like say, the ground, but the headstones, we've had people call and say, you know, the headstones need to be cleaned. And we have to explain to them that we are not the custodians on the headstones, but it has to be a team effort where one person can't make any decisions. You take it back to the board, everybody's suggestions, and then we go from there. And hopefully we can satisfy this. But like I say, I'm a firm believer in the chain of command. You just don't go all by yourself and make decisions.
Thank you.
Mr. Mango.
Yeah, I didn't know the cemetery board that long. Like,
Well,
two zombies or something.
We've had, we had one occasion where a person wanted to be buried with their motorcycle.
Oh, well.
We had another occasion where somebody wanted to be buried in their automobile.
I wanted to bury my uncle.
You've been a part of Four Wheels, Fire Department, Cemetery Board.
Why your interest now in air travel? Is it a transition or?
I don't know, and I may be somewhere, but I think Cody's at that point where we're really gonna expand. You can see with the different hangars we've got going on there and the influx of people coming in. There's houses being built everywhere. And I think it's gonna grow, and I think we want to keep ahead of the curve and not trying to catch up with the curve.
Do you think, you mentioned the Salt Lake being pulled out, or that has been mentioned. Would it be, do you think the board would be more in a recruitment move or a retention mode? Trying to get another carrier maybe back to Salt Lake, or just trying to keep what we have right now with Denver?
Well, I have looked into something but not a lot of research. Alaska Airlines is the only airlines I think that are, Wyoming is the only state that Alaska Airlines is in. We have them in Billings. If we could get some kind of a deal where that line could come down here and pick up people, take the Billings, and that they would have a route to Salt Lake or Minneapolis, Seattle, where everybody wouldn't have to go to Denver. That's always an option there, but like I say, go out and negotiate, and I don't know what other commuters would be interested, Cody, but they're gonna get, I can't see if we get an airline in here. Let's just use an example, it's a 75-seat aircraft. Why we should have to pay for 50 seats if we're only putting 25 people. And that's just.
I really don't have anything. I appreciate you applying.
All right.
And we do have quite a few folks for one position on the airport board. I think we have 7 applicants, which is great. But we'll have an answer back to you this afternoon or by tomorrow for sure.
Fantastic.
Yep.
I sure appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, we have exec session on for the 21st.
Yeah, 45 minutes.
Yeah. There's some more stuff.
Nothing a big itinerary. I mean, I want to have slots Joe and maybe watch Cowboy game. I move things.
What's our agenda looking
People
like?
rain.
What's our 21st agenda?
1:30.
Okay, agenda's done.
Okay, there we have it. What game is this?
Wyoming Cowboys.
Oh,
Famous Idaho potato ball.
I'm sure we could bring it up on this thing.
not to me. Yeah, we could.
I think we should be able to get it on the big screen here. Come on. We can carry on this business while we watch the game.
Scott, you mentioned how much controversy can there be on the cemetery board, and I gotta tell a quick story that I served on the Clark Cemetery Board for 17 years. And the first meeting that they asked me to come to, somebody had quit, so they asked if I'd be interested. And I showed up to that first meeting and I walked into the rec center on the where they held their meeting, and there's a sheriff deputy standing at the doorway. And when in that very first meeting, they voted me on the board and then voted me as president at the same meeting. And by the end of it, I found out that one of the board members had a restraining order against another board member because previously meetings, he had thrown a tantrum and grabbed chairs and started throwing them across the room. So.
It's not
I thought, how hard can this be? I can, yeah, sure, got to keep a bunch of dead people on the ground.
not that many of them.
Oh my God. And, well, as it turned out, the one board member had health issues, that wasn't an excuse, but yeah, the first 6 months, it was like on ice.
Does it deal usually with mill levy money and all that, or are there issues about people getting married in motorcycles or car? I guess.
You'd be surprised. You have monument companies that will come in and they'll put the headstone the wrong direction, or, there's not really a right direction that we learn, you need to specify as a family member where you want the thing facing.
Yeah, no, it's neat stuff. I was back in PA, it was amazing. Even when I would go over to the UK, it was amazing. The stuff you just find if you just get your eyes on the ground. Anyway.
Hey, Jim, what we'll do here is give you a few minutes to tell more about yourself, your interest in this, and then we'll have a few questions for you, and we'll let you know later on today.
Sounds good. Yeah, it's just that I did the cover letter. I don't know if you had a chance to read it, but we've been out west for 7 years, in October. So originally I was a geologist, came out on field camp in 1983. We did Wyoming and then parts of Idaho, just in mapping. I just came back and I was just like, I want to live out west. So I got my blood, I got a grad school, I was a geophysicist. And you guys remember 86, like oil just collapsed. They did take it. They always said if you got second interviews, you're going. And like 2 of us made second interviews, we're drinking champagne here. We're gonna be old guys. Took nobody that year, so I got stuck back east. So we finally got the chance to transfer out. So it's just we finally had to decide where we want to be other than Utah, which wasn't our choice. Outside over Wyoming, that's Wyoming. I've always been a history person. It was just kind of in my nature. If I wasn't going to do geology, it was going to be something in history. It's just been part of what I do constantly. On weekends, I'm out looking at stuff. I'm just doing a lot of reading. Like I mentioned, I just had a library and I just couldn't afford the US with me. So I just read constantly. When I got out here, first thing I did was read Friday's book. There's like 100 gatherers, high prisoner hunters, gatherers in the high plains. So that's my interest. I grew up doing a lot of volunteerism when I was younger, and then all of a sudden get busy, have family, kids and stuff, all that dies off. Now at that point where I'm, site of retirement, setting down roots here, selling on a house on Friday, it's time to start getting back to the community. So that's my interest. I looked at some folks were talking about different boards. I looked through them, and I'm like, yeah, I need to do them, but this one really kind of suits my passions and interests. I understand what the group does, they basically do surveys and inventories around the archaeological, historical, cultural, engineering, architectural, make sure that they do that. I've gone through the national bulletin for that determines how they screen and get stuff into the national register. That's it. So it's basically just driving my passion, part of my life where I want to give back. I figure this is one of the more interesting things. To my interest, I hope I can be a good asset. I'm a business guy, so I have that perspective. I do a lot of brownfields work, back all around the U.S. where you're basically taking old properties, repurposing, but also trying to preserve some of the good stuff. Like Brazil and San Francisco is a great example of that. Keeping history. So we lose, in my opinion, everything's going to change. People keep over the instances in Alaska, but if you don't preserve your history, then just far remember who you are. So it's a balance. That's basically my situation. Just me and my wife that are here. My kids are ones now. That's kind of the overview. Please fire away.
Thanks for applying. As far as boards, have you been a part of any boards before?
No, never done any board work before. It's the first time.
As far as preservation, what excites you about that?
It's just the history. Like it's when you go around, you go back. I used to do a lot of Civil War sites back in Pennsylvania, where I was originally from. In fact, the area that Wyoming was named after, Wyoming Valley, Wyoming County. And you look at even Valley Forge and stuff, and it's all congested. They've overdeveloped it and stuff. We've lost a lot of the history. So it's basically what's interesting is number one, getting involved in the history. I'd love to go out, get my feet wet, involved in some of the surveys, and try to make sure we don't lose stuff. Because once something that's precious is lost, it's gone forever. There's no taking it back. And again, some stuff has to be lost. We're going to develop. It's going to be real, but those core things, it's just making sure that 6 feet under, it's going to be around for the next generation to appreciate. That's really what drives me. And it's just the only way I can pursue my other than continue to get books at a library, read on online, and looking at sites. This makes it more active and it's passable.
Thank you for applying. In the time you've been here, have you had an opportunity to go to one of their meetings or not?
No, I haven't. No, it's just everything I've been doing has just been out exploring and checking stuff out. But I just, I've looked at, read on site, but it just, when I went through, I just went through the board list, like how do I get back to Clark County, start getting involved, and parks and recreations there, and I can bring my business background on that. It's just passion. But I haven't.
Some of the work that they do works with some grants also. Are you familiar with working with grants or?
I mean, that's like a lot of what happens in the brownfield world. Is a lot of like states provide like brownfield incentives for people who develops. And we're coaching, I don't apply for them, we're usually coaching the clients on making sure they're going through the grant process to get money to usually it's go to these sites and try to investigate and clean them up, et cetera. In grant processes. For I didn't have to get
Jim, Mike, I want to thank you also for applying for the board. And as a fifth generation from the area, I share your passion with preserving history and cultural stuff. If you were appointed to the board, do you have any specific issues that you'd like to bring, or goals, if you will, toward the board?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is now shut and learn. I mean, it's just what I saw this back home, is the people who in the area, the first thing people want to do is get real loud and they want to change things. My whole thing is I'm here to be part of the culture and to preserve the culture. So initially, candidly, I'm going to sit back and learn and find out what this is all about. And I'll be like, how are we going to do this and that? I think the goal is just try to figure out like what are the surveys, what's the list, what needs to be done, and then help with that process, especially the field work. Like I know that part of what they do is they have to organize surveys. I saw some stuff that's being done up on the Clark's Fork around the test piers, just helping, making sure that the priorities are made. That I don't want to sit at home or in the office and go out with these people and check them out and get in the field and come back and help that process balancing the which ones matter, and then to the extent that there's overlap with development, how do we balance that out? So it's just basically be an active member and not just sit and go to meetings.
Okay. Thank you. Great. I really don't have any questions. I appreciate you applying. Welcome, Cody. Thank you. And we will have we'll be making a decision on this later this afternoon. Have an answer for you this afternoon or by tomorrow for sure.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time. You too.
Take care. Thank you.
Yeah, the history of Wyoming, there's a lot to worry about.
Oh, yeah.
I remember I was in Boston, I went to check it, there was a person buried in the park across the street.
Good afternoon, Bill.
Good afternoon, please forget the tie of a Christmas function to attend.
No, I think it's good. I like it.
Great.
What we'll do here is if you want to take a few minutes and give us a little background about yourself and your interest in the board, and then we'll have some questions for you.
Sure. I started out as a enlisted guy in the U.S. Air Force.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My assignment was to be an aircraft mechanic, so I did my service in Thailand during Vietnam as well as South Carolina. I came out of that, worked at the post office, saved enough money to go to flight school. Attended Spartan School of Aeronautics in Oklahoma. Came back, flight instructed, flew charter, corporate jets, etc. When President Reagan let go of all the controllers, all of us pilots were out of a job, so I wound up working in air traffic control for a short while. I was a simulator operator, border air traffic student, so I do have that background.
well. Then back to corporate flying on the airline, and I flew a whole entire career of Continental Airlines, many different jets. Retired flying the 777 all over the world. Then after retirement, I went to work for the Federal Aviation Administration, overseeing pilot training for public airlines. Throughout that whole time, I kept coming to Cody every 2 weeks to fly fish with an old friend of mine. It was my neighbor in Denver 40 years ago. About 4 years ago, I just said, I'm done with the FAA, I'm coming to Cody, so I've been here just about 2 years now.
Welcome.
You bet. So in brief, that's my background. My interest in the board is for the interest of the airport. Of course, the airport has to have an economic engine, and that tentacles out to all classes of aviation. Background in general aviation, commercial aviation, as well as the Federal Aviation Administration. Maybe that might be a good balance of what you might be looking for. And, to look at things objectively for the best interest of the airport and its economic engine. So that's my interest more than anything.
Great.
So.
Bill, thanks a lot for applying. It's great to see people on the community step up and volunteer for these boards. I gotta be honest, your resume here looks impressive to me. I'm not an airplane guy. But with that, I have a few questions, that I like to ask all the same candidates. We do. There are several candidates that applied for this position. And one of them is, basically, do you have any specific issue or issues that if you were appointed, or that you'd like to see in the near future? As far as change or something?
We just attended a meeting that the airport board had recently. It was to do with the restructuring of the leases and some of the verbiage that we had. And I think any concerns that the hangar owner has, or aircraft owners, as myself, I do own an airplane, I do fly myself. We're pretty well addressed at that. And I think the direction of the Cody Airport is pretty solid, pretty on track. I'm rather impressed with it, to be honest.
So I guess where the question went is, you don't have an axe to grind or an agenda that you're after by trying to get on the board?
No.
Yeah, pretty straightforward usually. So that's my question. So appreciate you.
Yeah, I'd like to see the hangars develop, as well. I think Cody's been very short on hangar space. They're addressing that. So I think the things that have kind of held back the growth of the airport are being addressed pretty aggressively, to be honest. I'm very pleased with what I see.
Awesome.
Well, I think you kind of answered my first question, was if you've been to an airport board meeting. You said that you had and watched that, so that kind of takes care of that. I'll also tell you, my brother was one of those air traffic controllers, so I have the history with all of that from his side. The boards here, and not living here, but sometimes in smaller towns like this, as you well know, there can be some controversy involved in what you do and how boards are handled. So how do you handle those kinds of citizen phone calls that come into a board member that they're irate about something? And they're going to bring your phone off the hook for a couple days because of a decision made by the airport board?
Well, first of all, the most important rule about being around airplanes is do not lose your cool.
That's probably true.
So as I was an instructor for many years at the airline. I was at tempers and airplanes do not mix. And that's kind of the same way I feel about that. I feel I might be in a little better position to answer some of those concerns because of working with the federal government, the Federal Aviation Administration. And I worked in several capacities there, which required gently handling certain situations. So I think I do have a bit of a skill set when that's concerned.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you again for applying. Have you been on any boards before?
I have not. This would be a first.
Sometimes there's personalities on board too.
Right.
As far as,
That's
like the latest story coming out, loss of Salt Lake, the flights to Salt Lake, would you be in favor of more of a recruiting stance or retention of the current Denver flights? How would you feel about the current status of the carriers coming in now Latin?
Well, I think to promote the airport as much as possible, to bring in as much commerce as possible. You know, to feed that economic engine at the airport, plus service the community a lot better. If I am correct in saying, United Carrier, SkyWest, who comes in, has the essential air service contract. So I'm in question of why Delta dropped out. I don't know how their loads were out to Salt Lake or whatever, but I think I would certainly volunteer to be willing to go sit down and talk with them to find out what the reasons are that they decided to pull the plug. Encourage them to, because that, as I said, the tentacles of the economic engine extend to every facet of aviation. Definitely be looking down at it and bringing in another carrier or service or something.
Do you have any friends with Allegiant or Alaska or Airlines? If you might pull strings.
I have a lot of friends with the FAA. Definitely got some strings there. But actually, I don't want to get too long-winded, but I do have a little bit with Allegiant. I spoke out there on the regulatory piece of stall trading, which was mandated by Congress to be taught to all the 121 carriers. For those not in aviation, that's the CFR 121 or the rules that govern airlines. And they said that all the pilots had to have advanced stall trading. Simulators had to be modified to $800,000 to $1 million a piece. All the airlines were going this way, so 6 of us was a national team. Went out and spoke to all of those Allegiant headquarters. Is one of them we did go to. So,
I have a follow-up. I haven't had this with other candidates, but I feel like it's more of a statement, and I want you to react to what I was saying. And that is, based on the answer to Commissioner Mangle, that you hadn't served on the board, and I truly, I don't know that well, but I can tell, and I admire the fact that you see a problem and you want to fix it. But as a board member, I had to learn the hard way. It's not quite that way in your team. So how would you consider?
Mission is the first step to recovery.
So with that statement, how do you feel about the board, being a board member?
well, I think that it's a discussion that's to be had between all. And again, emotion set aside. The old saying goes, when emotion overrides logic, you're in trouble. So, and again, whatever the board votes is best is what's best. So in other words, if it's 2 to 5 or whatever, the majority rules or however it is, you go with the program. I also know that, the wheels of government do not turn quickly. So patience is golden. So I don't know, I hope that answers your question.
It really was a question. Thank you. And thank you.
Right.
Thanks for playing. The one thing about our airport right now is it's got a lot of money. It got a lot of CARES funding. It's going to be getting some infrastructure money. What's your history with budgets? Have you had to deal with the budget?
On a small scale. We'll put it that way, on a small scale. Nothing with the board or this. Organizations that I belong to, I've held positions in there dealing with budgets, but again, it's just a small scale. So scale of the airport can handle. Every path is a skill set to be learned.
Answer.
I'm certainly willing to learn that.
Well, again, we appreciate you, Brian, taking the time to come down here and visit with us. We've got 7 applicants for the airport board position. So we've got a lot of discussion to be had after we're done with our interviews. But we should have an answer to you this afternoon or by tomorrow for sure.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much,
I
Bill.
didn't know her. I'm not going.
I like your time. If you're not appointed this time, or there's another board you're interested in, keep your name in there.
Okay.
So
Well, first aviation's near and dear to my heart.
it is. I can tell.
So,
Thank you.
it's been my life, yeah.
Thanks for your
Thank you
service.
the opportunity. You're welcome.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Molly said she got a hold of everybody to show up, start showing up earlier, so.
Do you want to finish the preservation board?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we've gotten that. Yep, we got both of those out of the way.
Discussion or motion?
Whatever you want, if you want to make a motion to discuss.
Discuss first. I like Brandy. I just felt that he has more tied to the knowledge.
I could go with that.
I do like the other guy,
Yeah.
but
The other guy, yeah,
He's not gonna quit. Fine.
Got my question.
Chairman, that moves to nominate Brandy Wright for the criminalization board.
second.
Moving second, further discussion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Go. Doc,
Hello,
how you doing?
good. Where do you want me to sit?
Right here, we'll grill you.
Stand.
Whatever you feel more comfortable doing.
No, I'm good.
Well, thanks for showing up.
Yeah, I'm Greg McHugh, for those of you that don't know me. I've been a physician here in Cody for 40 years, 39 years, I guess. And aviator here for a little over 50 years. Started flying out of this airport for 50 years. So I kind of retired. I retired from my practice of medicine. Had a little bit of time. I've got some more time available. And thought I would sort of see if I could give something back. Got a little historical perspective on this airport. Seeing it was booming and not booming. Now it's booming again. So I'm open to any questions or anything you might.
Thank you, Doc, for applying. Have you been on any boards before?
Well, I've been throughout the course of my career, I've been on various boards with the Wyoming Medical Society, Wyoming County Commission, delegate, not really a board, but a delegate at the national level for the family commission. Currently on the board of the Yellowstone Behavioral. Health Center, and chair of that. So, yeah, I've got some experience on boards. I'm not, like I said, I've just had some experience pretty much throughout.
With the loss of the flights to Salt Lake, how do you feel about recruiting maybe another carrier or retention of the Denver carrier? What do you think it would be
That's
a priority?
That's sort of on my list of challenges going forward. That's a big deal. I can't remember exactly, but we're talking like 30-40% of your employees in the summer suddenly disappeared. Absolutely. I mean, that is going to be critical to whatever it takes. Either talking with sending a delegation to talk to as much heavy hitters as we can from the state of Wyoming, city of Kobe, going after Delta. Delta is honestly, even though they have career initially here, I'm thinking they probably still have this chance of dragging them back because we still have some money for them in the summer. We're looking at Alaska Airlines. That's a good idea too. The management out of the airport actually, I mean, it's been right on. And I think that's really good. I mean, I guess my board management style is to really support the managers that are actually doing the job. I'm not sure you really want me running the airport. But because I just don't have that expertise. But the management out there, they're looking at that as well they should. Now is the time to do it. And United Express is sort of thing working. I don't know what it's going to take to work with them. Like I say, it's the people that actually work in this business are going to be our most effective people. And what our job is to support them. Give them whatever they need to do to make their job.
Thank you for applying.
Yeah.
Have you gone to the airport board meetings?
Yes, I have, and I've been to some of their, they're calling kind of airport users. I've been kind of mostly going with them because that's kind of what I'm interested in, whether it's general aviation. So yeah, I'm not sure if they all really been able to.
Okay, so there's no conflict with your time or anything as far as being able to attend the board meetings?
No, the guy that's going off, Curtis.
Greg.
Yeah, he made 144. The last board meeting, he made 144 consecutive meetings. I don't know if you're going to get that out. That's 10 years.
Okay. That's okay. As you well know, living here, you've seen it as well as I have over the past, where there's controversy that comes up on occasion with decisions that are made, whether it's the airport or any other board in town usually. But how do you feel about that, dealing with the public, your neighbors calling about issues with the airport, things like that? How do you go there?
Well, that's a really good question, and I'm not sure I'll have the answer until it's sort of been in it a while. But I think I understand that is going to be part of this job. I will say this: I've had my phone number, in public for 39 years, and amazingly, people have been, at least my patient type people, have been extremely protective of my time. I mean, I don't get calls. I never got calls until there's a serious reason to call. And I don't know if I'll be quite that lucky with the airport, but I still think people, for the most part, are pretty protective and understanding. I know that there's a lot of emails, but yeah, there's emails fly back and forth, but that is part of the parcel. Another kind of my management style is I probably spend a lot more time listening and watching rather than talking, because I found I learn a lot more by listening.
Doc, thanks for applying. Sure. Also, you kind of hit on some of my question as well already in some of the previous answers, but for consistency, I'm going to ask the same question that I have to other applicants, and that is, do you have any specific issues, Cole, if we were appointed to the board, that you would want to address in the near future?
Honestly, I don't. I think the board's actually done, current board's actually done. One was, flying this morning and going around in circles, looking down at the hangars that they have, it just blossomed. It's like daisies in the spring. And so they've really managed some tremendous growth really in the last couple of years. And so I don't really have any, like a.
You don't have an axe to grind or an agenda you're.
I really don't have.
We're throwing your name in on this.
I do have, I mean, my general aviation is fairly near and dear to me. I think they are what short term and long term, what's going to keep the airport. So we're going to have the Deltas coming and going, but they're going to need pilots for Delta, and we've got a good flight school, really remarkable flight school on the field for a town the size of Cody. And it's, it's affiliated with community college. It's really that way above their weight. And so that kind of, I mean, trying to preserve that, do what we can to support that is going to be certainly a priority. But, the fact of the matter is it's going to keep us on the map. Keep the Cody Airport as the doorway to the world. And that's what we are. And when we have a doorway, the doorway opens airplanes coming in and out of it. That is going to be no small. Really, it's tough when we got the demographics that Cody. In the winter, Main Street, there's just not a lot going on. Operations. So I'm not going to tell you I have an answer to that. Again, I kind of fall back on people that run the place. Just try to support.
Well, I wish you wouldn't retire, but it looks like it's treating you well. It looks like it's treating you well. No, appreciate you coming down and applying, spending the time to talk with us about it. We do have 7 applicants for the board position, so we've got a lot of wading through the interviews once the interviews are done. But hopefully we'll have an answer for you this afternoon or tomorrow morning sometime. At least by tomorrow, one way or the other.
That's great. Yeah, it sounds like you guys put in a day.
We're not done yet, but we appreciate you showing up early too.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I was just actually pulling in, but I'm not going to be late for this. No doctor's being late.
No, my dad always told me if I was on time, I was late, so
Okay.
I better get going. Thank you.
All right, thanks again. Nice talk.
Carl was the only one she could get a hold of.
Do you want me to try him again?
You can try him, but yeah, he's. So I've got,
You got a hold of it?
well, Ray said he's gonna be here at 4:15.
I'll go try Carl.
Okay.
I'll use the restroom, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Can't wait till that 4:30 break, I don't think.
we might not have it, so.
I better go now, but-
Problem with saying IRA boardroom is big, it's a huge table, and if you're soft spoken, you might not be heard.
Mhm.
That's where we used to have some of our countywide meetings up there on the IRA board. I was impressed by that table. It's huge.
It's a nice table.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Speaking of having meetings, and we need to just throw on your radar is, once that Game and Fish building's done, there's gonna be a public meeting space there. Yeah. All right, and it'd be,
Larger groups to use.
yep, when I was talking to him, I said that'd be really a great thing, benefit to this community, and they said they're gonna put one in and have an outside entrance that can be
Cool, because the Grizzlies
Open
lacked a lot.
Yeah.
It's
Wired IT and all that stuff.
I think of that all this year.
Cool.
The ones I've been in the one in Cheyenne, I've been in one in Laramie. They're not very nice meeting spaces, so.
The only problem with the Grizzly room is you just get rolling on your meeting and you're going from like 4 to 6 or 4 to 8 or whatever. PA system comes in halfway through the library closes in 5 minutes. I mean, it doesn't affect your meeting, they know you're there, they keep the staff member there, but it does interrupt everything. I don't know any way around that. But it's
That'll-
Cool,
Yeah, I'll be here in 10 minutes.
great. So if you need a break, take it down.
interesting. 2 minutes in enough.
I think I already got rid of all my coffee.
Nobody cares.
Nope.
Oh, man, I'm stretching my legs.
Zoom will start soon.
Yes, we will, we'll wait for Commissioner Teal to show up. Get started. He is here. Glad you can show up. So Ray, if you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, if you're interested in the board, we're going to ask a few questions and then we'll come up with a decision later.
All right, sounds good. I think I sent a letter. I don't know if you got it, but just to recap that. I think I have some experience here in Cody and especially the Yellowstone Regional Airport Board. I have been a board member in the past, back in 2003 and 2006. The airport has changed quite a bit since then and almost all for the better. I was also appointed by the governor to the Wyoming Urban Hunters Commission in 2009 through 2012, which I represented the district that included Cody, but we worked at a state level. During that period of time, Cody Airport disproportionately got more money than any other airport, but I don't take full credit for that. Just how things worked. 2012, then I also went with the board of the Wyoming Pilots Association. And also in 2012, we started the Cody Yellowstone Air Improvement Resources, called CY Air. That was a group, Senator Coe was on it, Mayor Brown was on it, Mayor Powell, UBHC, Bruce Eldridge at that time, Cody Labs president, James Cousins from Forward Cody. We had that group of people, about 15 total, to represent as many different interests as we could for the Cody Park County area. We kept that until 2016, then I left to go down to South America, fly medevac planes in Guyana. But going back to the CY Air a little bit, one of the questions probably will be something like issues at the airport at this point in time. And of course, one of those is going to be air service, commercial air service, which of course is not possible. When we started CY Air, some of you, I see a few with the gray hairs in a couple of places who've been flying in and out of Cody for a number of years. When we started this was back when we were still having the prop planes flying out. So we had the Brazilians coming in, we had Browers. I remember you used to have to fly to get to Denver, you had to fly through Portland. And of course, that plane didn't have a bathroom on it. So we were trying to improve things a little bit. When I left CY Air, at that point in time, we had all jet service from 2 major airlines from 3 major hubs. We had started the flights from the nonstop flights from Chicago at that time. There were some issues with the board relatively, with the airport relatively recently. I was selected to be the interim YRA manager, which I did through end of 2020 through 2021. So that's some of my activities with the airport and air service in Wyoming, Cody, and Park County. I'm a commercial pilot. I have ratings for multi-engine aircraft, instrument ratings. I've flown professionally for something north of 50 years now. And so far, I've always brought the airplanes back. Good thing. It's been very successful that way. Also, I have a hangar out at the airport. I've had my airplane based there at the airport since 2000. Also, I do a lot of commercial flying on the commercial airlines. I have flight programs with American Airlines, United, and Delta. I have platinum levels with Delta and the tournaments level with United. So I do fly a lot, not just my plane, but also fly commercially a lot. So I realize the value of commercial aviation to the Park County community. So that's a little bit about me.
Good. Commissioner Mangold.
You sort of answered questions. One of those was I've asked some of the other candidates, and thank you for applying, and that's amazing how many qualified people you've had through here with so much air experience, and you have quite a bit of it. You've obviously been on boards before. Why would you want to go back on the YRA?
That's a question.
The airport's important to me personally. It's important to the community, and since it's important to the community, it's also important to me personally. Cody's been a very good community. Our county's been a wonderful place to live for the last 20 years. It's continuing to develop. It will not develop as quickly as we would like it to, or as efficiently as we would like it to, if we don't have good commercial air service for the YRA. It's also more than just business. I flew in to Cody last night. I'm sitting next to a woman who's just come down and visited with her, I think it's high school graduation. This is how people get back and forth. This is where they attach to their families. They're able to travel that way. Yes, business is extremely important. The family is important too. And YRA is basically the gateway that allows that to occur.
Should the board be more into recruiting more airlines, or should they at least try to retain what they have going to Denver now? Should that be an emphasis? How do you feel about that?
I would really encourage the resurrection of the C-by-Air model. What we did with the airlines is a couple of times I went back to Chicago and met with United Airlines. You just go onto their turf. You get your data based on the loss of travel from, say, Cody's of people driving up to Billings, fly to Billings. Well, if they fly out of Billings, they aren't necessarily going to fly with one of your airlines. And you get that leakage. So that was one of the things you had to do, is you had to sit down with them and show them the data and show them that the community was behind this proposal. Went down to Salt Lake City a couple of times, went down to St. George a couple of times, SkyWest and South. We also, each year over in Jackson Hole, there's an air summit, which Jackson Hole puts on, and they bring all the various airlines in, which allows us to piggyback onto that and have meetings with them without having to pay quite as much for it. Cody is not that big of a community. Park County doesn't have that many people. If you aren't going to do something that, I'll say progressive, we're not going to have the air service. I mean, you're running an airline to make money. If you can't make money, then you're not going to service the community, no matter how nice the people are. So you do have to show them some data and have that sit down with them. And I think that if you don't do, I think that's pretty much why we lost the Salt Lake City flights now, because we haven't been proactive the last several years.
Nothing.
Well, you kind of answered one of my questions too, and that was if you've been to airport meetings before, but that's obviously it. You have. In your time on the airport board, I know in a town this size, board decisions can be a little iffy sometimes, or the public doesn't understand why the decision was made the way it was. Therefore, your phone starts ringing as a board member. Have you had those situations, or how do you believe you handle those controversial situations as a board member?
Well, you certainly don't want to put yourself out in a small community, as you have done, without having a little bit of thick skin and a willingness to take those roles. Obviously, when the airport board position came up, there were a few, I'll call them political cartoons in the Cody Enterprise about that position. I've worked with boards and for boards for a long time. I've worked in the public sector for a number of years. I worked for the Arizona Game Fish Department for some 20 years in a pretty high level position. So I'm used to the slings and arrows that might come from
Raymond, thank you for applying. Apologize for being late. You were.
I requested here.
Kind of a two-part question. Do you feel the current board is doing an adequate job? And if appointed, do you have any specific issues that you'd like to address in the near future? That's board member. You kind of answered it a little bit.
The board went through a difficult period of time when they had the airport manager before the Bob Cooper, did some very impressive things for the airport. Essentially got the new terminal built, which will now be expanded onto, and got all the CARES money that's being spent out there right now. So he did a lot of really good things. I worked with him with the CFY Air Group. He was very effective there because he had been in the airline business and he knew a lot of people. Now, obviously, he has some other issues that included his continued employment with the airport. Anytime something like that happens, you get some schisms amongst the board members, and they are definitely there in the YRA board at this point in time. And unfortunately, those schisms also fall down into the staff. The staff is not a particularly large staff. There's 8 people there. So any kind of issues like that come up, that will be affected. It will affect everything about the airport. I'd like to think that I can come there with a pretty open mind. I've been, I'll say, called into positions before where there are difficulties. And that kind of is, unfortunately, kind of what I specialize in, going to difficult situations and trying to smooth the waters and move on from there. There's so much going on at the airport right now that it's an exciting time to be here from a board member or from an airport manager point of view. And also, since there is so much going on there, that board does have to work together in a cohesive fashion. And while I think there's been some difficulties in the past, what I'm thinking is forward more cohesive fashion. I certainly hope so.
So would it be fair to say that your first goal would be to bring the board together?
I can't say that that would be my first goal. It would certainly be, well, it'd be right near the top, because of course, if the board's not functioning well, then anything else, I was going to say, is
Priority.
well. Yeah. I mean, obviously, what we're looking at now is the wise use of about $16 million to enhance the airport, but also it's got to be done in a timely fashion. The money doesn't last forever. So the projects that have been identified were identified with a great deal of input from the community and from tenants at the airport, as well as the board and management. And they picked good projects, so that's going to help the board of the airport a lot. But yes, it will require the board to be working closely together. And I have no ill will to any of the board members. I've been to multiple board meetings. I haven't seen anybody there that I couldn't work with.
Thank you.
Well, Ray, we've known each other a long time. So I guess my next question is kind of pretty easily answered, but I've been asking everyone, Ed, what's your experience with budgets? As you just said, we got a lot of money sitting out there, and it looks like there's a lot more money in the pipeline. And so it's going to be pretty critical.
You're saying budgeting?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go back a long way, go back to the Arizona Game and Fish days. I had at that point in time about a $2 million budget for the state picking program. Now, $2 million 30 some years ago, it's a lot more now. When we worked with the Wyoming Aeronautics Commission, that is what we did. It's budgeting all of the federal and state monies to go to all the different airports, all the different projects. And of course, we were the ones that determined the budget for the YDOT to be able to spend on the aeronautics part. That's what the commission's job was. Many of you know that I worked with the Foundation North America here in town, and that was, we did all the budgets for that for the entire period of time that I was there. Then, of course, this last year at the airport, I'm doing the airport budget. So I'd say I've got a fair amount of experience with that.
Great. Well, appreciate you taking the time to come and visit with us, making it where you can show up early. And again, we got a lot of applicants for this position. I think we have seven folks that applied for it. So when we make a decision, we'll let you know as soon as we can this afternoon or probably tomorrow.
Okay, very much appreciate that. One thing that I do is I still actively work and I travel a lot. So I've talked to various board members about this, and said, there will be times that I won't be able to take board meetings. And they said, oh, well, we've got Zoom and we've got call-ins. That's what people are doing now. We got last couple of years done that. I'm sure that you know that they're not quite as effective as actually having people there, but they do work. That is one consideration. So if you've got really good candidates and they can be there every day and doing that, you know, consider that. But I just offer that.
No, thanks.
I appreciate that.
Thank
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
What?
Like, do you get to pick like 6 positions for that, or is it just one?
One.
That's what I was afraid you were gonna say. Man, oh man, I think this is the best turnout we've ever had for
Well,
that.
yeah.
There's a lot of interest right now.
Oh, mercy.
So what's on Jennifer's last one?
Yep.
You want to
Well,
finish it, or you want to
we
discuss
can-
YRA?
We can discuss YRA right now. That's, oh, no, it looks like we have Jennifer. showing up right there.
I'm like, I'm lost, I'm over.
You're not lost anymore.
Now I'm found.
Yeah. You want to have a seat up here, Jennifer?
Okay.
That's where the grilling starts.
Oh, no, no, I'm good.
Okay, well, thank you for applying. Thank you for taking time to come visit with us.
Absolutely.
What we'd like you to do is give us a little bit about, a brief few minutes about yourself and your interest in the board, and we'll have some questions.
So my name is Jennifer Gould. I was born and raised in Cody my whole life. I'm a Cody High School graduate. Right now I currently work for TJ Maxx, Home Goods and Sierra Trading Post. I work from my home. When COVID hit, we came home. I have 2 kids. I have one going to Northwest College, and I have a daughter that lives at home with me, she's special needs. I have born and raised here my whole life. I've never really left. I was on the tree board recently. I took the city class through the city, and I learned about the government and how awesome it is. And I know,
That's the county commissioner.
you know, it's one of those things, you know, I learned so much. And even though I'm this everyday Joe, everybody's like, wow, why are you doing this? I'm like, why not? You know, this everyday Joe can go up there and try out for it. You know, I love my town. So prideful of being born and raised here. You know, it's funny because I talk to about 125 people on the phone a day. And I always tell them, I'm like, Cody's the best place, you should come and visit. And I know that I'm not,
Yeah.
and then they go home, don't move here. No, we need more people here. We need more people here. And my parents were from this area as well. And I love my town, and I take a lot of pride in it. I volunteer as much as I can in the special needs community, along with now Northwest College, kind of helping out with a little bit with that, with my son going there. And I'm not a person that I'm really active in the community in a sense. I love to go to all the things that are going on. One of the big things I do right now in our call center, because we have a call center and we have like a chat room, I always tell everybody what's going on in our community. So let's get these people out of their comfort zone and participate in stuff that's going on in our town. I'm proud of our town. We've got to do this, you guys. We've got to get more people out there. Support the local businesses. It's huge for me. I don't shop online. I work for an online retailer. I'm 100% local shopping downtown.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Mangold.
Yes, thanks for applying.
Absolutely.
Have you been a part of any boards before?
Just the tree board, which was with Marty Co. And so no, I'm interested in joining the government. You know, this is just a stepping stone. You know, I guess one thing I learned growing up, my mom was really, really timid and she didn't really have a voice. So when I have a special needs daughter, I was given that voice, and now I might as well use it in a positive way.
We deal with not just the city of Cody,
Right,
but all parts
right,
of-
absolutely.
And we deal with anywhere from snowmobilers to bike riders to baseball teams. Do you have any particular interest in any particular recreational interest at all?
I would love to be a part of any of that in recruiting more people into our community. I think, unfortunately, I live in an area which is not too far away from here that is surrounded by a lot of VRBs in our community, which is great in a sense, but it's also really challenging. So the sports teams can't stand those businesses. So let's bring more of those kind of sports teams in and support that kind of stuff. Let's get them into the hotels. let's get them out into the community, guys. Let's get more and more people into our town, and then they can go home, spend their money, go away.
Perfect. Darcy?
So have you attended any of the Parks and Recreation Board meetings?
I have not.
Are you aware of when they're held, so there's not a problem with?
I would open up my schedule 100%. It doesn't matter when they're held. I have 100% availability.
Okay.
100%.
My other question for other boards has been on conflict, but actually with the rec board, there isn't a whole lot of that. There's a lot of, as Commissioner Mangold said, looking at different places to spend funds to do enhance recreation in the area and to bring in teams and to do those kinds of things. So there isn't a ton of controversy. There's just a lot of discussion in what's the best thing for this area. And it can stretch, like you said, anywhere from pickleball, indoor sports to bike races and that kind of thing.
What people don't realize, it's not just Cody,
Right?
it's Powell, it's Meeteetse. It's even as far as Bighorn County as well, because we're all one big, huge community. Wapiti, everybody.
That's true.
So the money has to be spread out across the board.
Thank you.
Jennifer, I thoroughly love your enthusiasm. And I think we should create a new position for recruitment, and you can be in charge of the public to show as much interest in these boards as you have. I really appreciate you applying. We have other applicants.
If I'm not there for this board, you can send me to another one. Totally.
That's kind of where I'm going, but I'm leading up to a question actually, but I just want to know, thank you. And your enthusiasm is great.
I can tell you that with work like that, he really loves it.
Good. With this board, if you were appointed, do you have any specific issues that, I mean, you kind of hit on a few of them, but if you'd like to elaborate, or issues that you'd like to bring to the board in the near future?
You know, I think one of the things is getting people more involved with the parks part. I actually was on the part where they put in that water park over there, and you know, I drove past, even though my kids are older, that doesn't still mean that I don't want to be a part of everything that's going on. You know, I went by there and supported it, you know, and of course, encouraging everybody to participate in everything that's going on. So, you know, I love the fact that City Giant is, you know, recruiting. Yeah, they don't have a lot of snow, but let's see what we can do. I went to school with Nick, along with Josie's son as well. And so anything to, you know, be a part of, you know, the softball tournaments that are going on, all that stuff. And I recently have lost over quite a bit of weight. And so now I'm really starting to get physically active. And so I do go to the rec center. I do participate in these activities that maybe I wasn't so active in at 500 pounds versus down now. So I understand that the healthy lifestyle is a huge part of our community. I'm down at the river every weekend. You can always find me walking down that path. You know, what can we do to increase people getting around? COVID has put a big number on people, you guys, 100%. And what I've seen more, and I live in a street that's super busy in town, on Alger, I actually live on Alger, and what I've seen is a lot more people getting out. So what are we doing to get these people out and to be safe? You know, these kids, you know, you used to hear all the time when I was growing up, oh, there's nothing to do in this community. Lord, there is so much to do in this community. We have so much, you know, I support Powell activities. I support activities going on all the time. You know, let's do it. My goal is ultimately to run a 5K. It's okay, you know, it's one of those things, but we got to support the little things about that. And like I was saying, if I am not a good fit for this board, put me on any of them. I just want to bring a positive attitude and love life. I love life. And I love my community.
Do you have any ideas of how to expose, you know, and advertise for the involvement in the Parks and Recs?
You know,
to get more people. I know we need it, but
you
how
know,
would we go about it?
The one thing I don't see a lot of is things on Instagram and Facebook and stuff like that. And that's a huge part. Okay. And when I work with a group of 125 people, just from Cody, we have 125 people in that call center that are working from home right now. People don't know about the activities, you guys. And a lot of them look at Facebook. I am not a huge Facebook fan because I don't like the drama in it. But what I'm telling you is you can put the positive stuff. And my boyfriend actually works for construction. So I'm kind of seeing a different side of Cody that maybe I didn't experience before. And I have a lot of respect for that. But what are we doing we've got all these little communities being built, but what about the parks part of that? What are we doing to keep those kids safe in that community? Because I can tell you, I had a daughter that was an escape artist that we used a lot with special needs. And without the police department, I don't have anything negative to say about Department of Family Services. Let's give them the tools they need. Let's provide them a safe place to go for these kids. Maybe to have those parent interactions. It's huge for me. It's a huge thing for me, but getting the word out is a big thing for activities that are going in our community, not just the Cody Enterprise. Not just the Cody Enterprise. I think it's really important to get on the social media without the drama involved with it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Jennifer, we sure appreciate you applying. And
absolutely, you guys.
Echo what Commissioner Teal said. You're definitely, you guys a lot outgoing and a lot going for you. And again, if we don't put you on this board, we hope you don't quit applying.
No, and I would love, the other board I was looking at was the dam board. I don't know how many guys had on that one, but that would be another opportunity. Like I said, I was born and raised here. I love Cody.
Great.
What's not to love? So thanks, guys.
We will let you know.
Thank you.
Tomorrow.
Not a problem. Thanks, guys. Have a great day, honey.
Great. So.
Which one you want to start with? With the two left YRA and
Parks and Rec. What do you think about Parks and Rec?
I would make a motion to retain the three incumbents that still on board.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, now,
I would like to say, not part of the discussion. Her application. on
Yeah.
file. I mean, part of it.
Yep.
And I think she wants to help.
She'd be good at the library.
she was on the library board?
No, I said she would be good at the
Oh,
library.
I think she did, yeah.
And she
That's
has
too
a.
public for the library.
Do what?
Too public for the library.
I thought she'd be good at that.
Yeah, that's what. Now comes the easy one, IRA.
I had 4 out of the 7 I have 4 out of 7 candidates. I liked Sean Warner and Bill Schneider, Carl Lampy, and Gina Rayleigh.
Those are the 4 that I. Those are the 4 I have.
Yeah, Sean,
What's that?
I was asking her to repeat it, so
I had Sean, I had Bill
Schneider.
Schneider, Carl Lampy, and Raymond Lee. That was my top 4.
I would just comment on knowing some of the structure of what's in the library. Airport board right now with a lot of aviators, a lot of people that are involved in planes, which makes sense. But I also think about the funding that they're getting in and what their plans are in renovation or rebuild of the terminal and the things that are going to be happening that are construction based and things like that with a lot of that money. And I think the expertise that Sean Ware can feel might bring in as far as construction documents and construction management type things and understanding the engineers and those types of things that are going to happen over the next year or two. Kind of an addition to that board, I guess is why I'm thinking one of those two. These aviators are great. I don't think we can really go wrong with several of these people.
No, and I think that was the qualification that I was looking at was the experience they had in the art industry. I mean, I didn't know there was that many people around here that had that experience, so that's what impressed me.
and that's what I want to add, I think we have some very qualified, that's exactly my top 4. I don't know how you had them ranked. And I have absolutely no problem bringing somebody that, I feel we almost have enough pilot people there, but I like that Bill Schneider simply because even though he has extensive experience, but not so much as a pilot and more as a grounds and how things really click, what makes them click. Not that Sean couldn't bring in an outside view, a fresh face that would probably be just as worthy to a board. That my favorite was Bill Schneider.
Well, then I made this comment earlier, and I echo what Dossie's saying is that board is aeronautics heavy. you know, what I learned with being on the Stampede board, you know, is we've got board members on there that couldn't ride a stick horse to a sandbox. They don't have to be cowboys. You don't need, every board member there doesn't need to be a cowboy. We've got an attorney, we've got some guys with construction background. You know, it'd be really cool if we had someone with an attorney background applying for this board. But, you know, given that, and given that they're headed towards a lot of big construction projects, I mean, I'm leaning heavy towards Sean. I do like Bill Snyder's background with the FAA. And, you know, that, I think that'd be a good fit.
Can I ask another question? Where are we with CY Air? And are they going to be involved, or do they need additional members to move forward if we keep that?
I kind of got the impression the COA had gone away, or does he just say he went away?
Well, I don't know. I guess that's what I'm asking, because Bucky made the comment, I don't know, earlier this year, or last time Bucky was in here, well, at budget time, when we were talking about funding. He said, I'm not gonna ask you for anything now with CY Air because we have some money, but I might be back by the end of the year if something comes up. Well, I'm thinking about this Delta thing. But that didn't indicate to me, number one, who's on CY Air right now, especially since we lost Hank, and the expertise that Schneider has. I mean, I would
That'd be a great.
love to see him move into something like that if CY Air is still there, because that's where your viability in the airport comes in with those discussions.
Yeah.
I don't know where that's at right now. I don't know who's on that board or who's doing it.
Do we appoint a member
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't been involved in that. You know, Colleen?
Find it quick.
I
don't think we
It's
appoint
not on
COA
our list.
forever.
It's not on our list to appoint to CY
It's not.
Air.
No.
Not that I've seen.
I don't think so.
Call hands. Well, who would know?
8620.
8620.
Well, and back to you, Commissioner Livingston, I agree, and I think Sean would be just fine too. I look at this Bill Schneider as, he is somewhat new to the community, so he's not going to play the good old boy part. But it's in relation to your rodeo board, it's like having a veterinarian. May not be a cowboy, but he knows the ins and outs of the animal, so. That's how I compare this William, there's a Snyder guy, because his resume as far as on the ground, how the terminals are right down to the cockpit of the plane. Not that he's a flyer, he knows, you know, how much work I don't even begin to explain, but I mean, his resume looks like he's not a politician. He's a mechanic in the.
And I didn't think about, you know, with the possibility of that in construction too, not, you know, where Tom Warner would come in. And of course, there's no problem with that, but, you know, if you've got a person that's sort of new to the community, sometimes you don't know how they are on the board. You know, that's the only problem, you know, with Schneider, he hasn't been on the board before, so.
Is that a bad thing?
Sometimes,
Yeah, it damn sure can be.
sometimes it can be.
No, nothing.
Sometimes it can be, so, you know, I like, you know,
Okay, all right, thanks.
there were three really strong candidates with airline background. But I like what Chairman Livingston was saying was sometimes you don't need all the airline background. You don't, it'd be nice to make somebody else in.
The other part I think of Sean's interview that you might have missed, and I'm just doing Sean because I heard his conversation and I know what he did with the engineering firm that he was with before, with grandees and those guys. He did airport design stuff all over the country, basically. So he understands the groundworks on, he's not, well, he might be a pilot, I'm not positive, but he's not, he's got that going for him with the history of working around and in airports all over the place.
So do you like Sean? Your first choice? Your Sean would be yours? I'm okay with it.
Well, and plus it would be,
I mean, I really hope, I think that, Bill Schneider could be a very great benefit to it.
Yeah.
But can't go wrong with it one.
You know, Ray Lee I've been around him when he was with Benaz. And he can rub people wrong, but he does get shit done. And he was there when the money landed. You know, but like I said, I think it helps to have, you know, a diverse board. And I think Sean would bring that there, bring that to it. So.
Okay, I'll make a motion to appoint Sean Ward to the Wyoming board.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Move to adjourn.
I was just gonna tell you what CYR from what Van said, he doesn't know how those board members get on there. And the only person that might know at this point besides Bucky is James Pleasant, but he said they haven't had much viable stuff in the last couple of years, which is kind of what Bucky said, they were kind of sitting on money, so we don't know, but we don't have anything really to do.
We don't have anything to do.
So
Do we know, how many positions do we appoint to this Yellowstone? Why are they?
How many would we appoint?
I think it's 3, but they rotate.
Yeah.
I think we have 2 or 3. There's
I thought it was 2, but who's on there right now? Oh, who's on there right now? And I can
No, I
tell you,
can't remember.
because Heidi is the city.
Heidi's from city. Bucky on there from the city.
Bucky's
County. Bucky's the county
County.
appointee.
Well, and so's not Red.
Bob Redmond, Bob.
Yeah, he's the county, so
He's the
that's gotta be
county.
3.
So
because
there's
Fred-
three, there's 3.
Yeah, so those 3, but they rotate each year, so we'll have another airport board one next year, theoretically.
Would it be out of line when we make those calls to you or no?
Always making them.
You know, to forward to Raymond Lee, Carl Lampy, and William Snyder, that they were very strong candidates. Please look for if we can keep your application on hand. We have other appointments in the future that we would consider.
You never know when somebody's gonna leave.
Is that out of line to do? I mean, I don't think we need to do all of them, although then they could be.
Schneider,
Lampy.
Lampy, and Rayleigh.
Okay. You got
I already made my motion.
He did, I'll second.
Move and seconded. Further discussion for attorney. Well, it's only one. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
Did we do what?
The historical preservation.
Yeah, we did.
I vote. Oh,
I thought we
you
did.
didn't vote.
Yes, I did, I said Eileen.
Oh, okay.
We went with Brandy.
Oh, yeah.
That one.
We've got to go to another meeting.
But you want to know.
I'm gonna force Leanne to vote
tonight.
today.
I think they were all. That same thing.
Get that in the call, Colleen?
What?
I voted nay.